Muted.
I'm already in.
Oh yeah.
I'm already here.
I would say, am I in roll 20? Yes. Okay. Anyways, don't worry about it.
Doesn't point out
We
who it
are
is.
audio live at this point.
Hold on a second. Wait. Stop it.
Take it out in post. Take it out in post.
Take it out fast. Anyways, hello everyone. My name is Lily. I am the humble DM for this lovely campaign, Mistwalkers Spectrum of Eternity. Welcome to a new episode featuring all of these lovely people as we have some more good activities planned and hopefully, getting back to the plot, maybe. But either way, very excited for session today, so we'll go ahead and get us kicked off real quick with Yulia. Please introduce yourself and your character.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Yulia. I'm an elven princess knight from the Daikon Kingdom, and I can finally say I started streaming again. Yippee! Yes, I am playing Expedition 33 over on my Twitch channel. I'm being more active on socials, and overall, just playing D&D with these wonderful individuals. Speaking of, I play Kloven, so he is a variant human. Not a dragon at all. And yeah, I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to do this again.
Heck yeah. And then, moving on, we got SK, played by MerisAurum.
Yes, hello, I'm Meris. I am a Celestial Dragon VTuber. I specialize in storytelling, reading, streams, talks of all things literature and media literacy. It's a great time. I also run my own homebrew D&D campaign called The Trial of Hearts. It's an ode to all things romantic fantasy. So if you like drama and political intrigue and, messy romantic relationships, definitely check that out. But while I am here, I play the one, the only, the titular, the Sewer King, the party's fighter of questionable subclass.
Hell yeah. Moving on, Sif, please introduce yourself.
That's me. I'm Sif_VTuber. I'm a living suit of armor. I play game. I play art. I yap a lot. It is Zarfire right now. So if you want to see a bunch of whips and art of people that you don't know about, done by a guy that you know slightly about, you should check me out. I also have a surprise at the end of the month for community night if I can finish it in time. And yeah. I'm here to play as Tate, farmer man turned beefier farmer man who is he's just happy to be here. Until I give him his motivation today. But yeah, thank you guys for having me. It's nice to be back. I love you guys.
No foreshadowing whatsoever in that statement. Anyways, last but never least, Aster, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey everybody, I'm Aster Varatolis. I am an amateur voice actor and a wizard VTuber. You can find me at ArchmagesTower here on Twitch and on Blue Sky. I'm working on a few projects right now, but I have also recently started streaming again. It's a bit less consistent than Yulia's since I'm getting everything in order, but we are back on the air. And in this campaign, I play Thaddeus, our party's artificer and general good-natured idiot who's trying to do good for the world. He's not actually an idiot, he's just emotionally bad at things.
Hell yeah. Yes, and I don't know, I guess I didn't really introduce myself entirely, but I also do a bunch of art myself, lots of D&D art from different campaigns that I'm a part of, and yeah, that's really mostly what I've got going on. It's D&D and drawing D&D. But yes. So just to dive ourselves into a quick little session recap. Last session we had a few major developments as the party confronted Mai for what she may be holding back and hiding from the rest of the party as they find themselves back in the stocks for the first time since they left. Mai basically played evasive as long as she possibly could until pushed to the point where she sort of snapped a little bit and just basically said, no, I'm doing this to keep you all safe. I cannot tell you. because somebody ends up going off and getting themselves killed, in which the party basically begrudgingly said, fine, and left, leaving Kloven and Mine to have a little bit more extra time, where she revealed that she has been essentially experiencing some facet of this world for well over 100 cycles. With that in mind, a few other smaller developments, such as Kloven asking if they were actually siblings, which she said they were not. This was the first time in the cycles that they have been siblings. From there, we had a few smaller interactions, which was all basically leading up to a welcome home party that Thaddeus was going to be hosting. So Thaddeus and Hunter had a quick discussion just kind of about what happened while he was out, and just generally sharing some nice, say father-son kind of vibes, but, just good adult and good younger adult vibes.
Yeah.
SK,
I love my adopted dad.
SK and Janine had a quick chit chat, as well as SK invited her to come to the party as well. During the party, everybody got pretty drunk, pretty much with the exception of Tate and Sewer King, who did not drink. And lots of shenanigans ensued, such as an extraordinarily flirty Kloven, a visit from Pumpkin, Tate's sister, who sassed the shit out of Tate and just generally was a presence and a half. For eventually the night started to wind down and people head home feeling good about themselves. SK had a dream following that, where they basically had a conversation with their mother, who expressed disappointment in him not trying harder to get the eye in Kenril, and basically just saying, you need to do this next time, leading to some... I'm sure no repercussions will come from that whole incident, right, Sewer King?
Take it all.
Right. Guys, my mom's really cool.
Uh-huh.
Then we had a scene with Kloven and Bahamut in a dream sequence as well, where essentially he apologized for being a terrible father, but very much extended the desire to want to help a bit more, and proceeded to talk more about like what exactly is going on and how he plans to help. After that, Kloven was rudely awakened by another slap from Bahamut without warning, and was greeted by Thalafir in the room, who basically said, "You need to stop it with calling on these extra-dimensional sugar daddies or sugar parents." Kloven, understandably, was kind of confused. Thalafir evaded questions as well as possible, but basically just said, "Here, I'm going to give you a amulet of non-detection. You're going to do this because I can't have this happening anymore." They specifically said that they're sort of playing both sides to this thing, that all of that they've done has been in the benefit of the party, in spite of the danger that it arises, and that he is not willing to join them because he wants to play both sides and make sure that he comes out on top. But with that, I believe that is the full recap of what happened last time. We sort of jumped around my agenda last time, so maybe I missed a scene, but I don't think I did. With that, we're going to start off with a little one-on-one scene with starting with Tate. Did you want to kick this off?
I think would this would be like a new day, right?
Yes, this is a new day.
I imagine that, like, in an attempt to return to normalcy, Tate would just return to the usual routine of running deliveries into the stocks, and
Mhm.
this is usually the part where he would run into Mai, and
Mhm.
Mai in human form
Yeah.
just happens to bump into him, and the conversation can go from there.
Sure, sounds good. I imagine since she's not back full time to managing the school at this point, she's probably just, doing some shopping in the market square, getting some food and stuff, and you bump into her there.
Mai, you're up and about. You okay like this?
Well, for now, of course. It's okay, but getting better every day, so that's something to celebrate, I suppose.
I don't just mean the whole change of thing. I mean, we're under a lot of stress, and well, Kloven's back in town, and while going out there is stressful, here you can ask things of us. You know that, right? You can spend the time that you can how you like, and then for basic stuff like this, you don't have to burn what time you have and as this form, and you get what I'm trying to say.
I do. It's just, I don't know. This sense of normalcy is kind of nice in a way. Just
Yeah.
being, well, being innocent old Mai again. Whatever that means.
Whatever that means, yeah. You got something on your mind you want to share? We can walk on down to the side of the road here where you used to walk down with your kids.
Yeah. It's... Well, I mean, everything's different now. I'll just kind of walk along beside you. Nobody
Seems to
trusts
be,
me anymore, and, it's... I'm still hiding things from you. You know that, but here we are.
Not that we don't trust you, it's just when you look at us, right? This whole thing you've been hiding from us, how long has it been going on? Since day one, every time? Since, like, when you start a new life, when you start to get to know us all over again, do you get any time with us on a fresh blank slate?
Yeah. The whole time. I talked about this, but I said I wouldn't say any more, and yet here I am trying to divulge more information that I feel like I shouldn't, but yeah. The whole life.
Whole life, like from whenever. Just make sure
There's more to it than that, but yes.
Listen, I really want to tell you that things will be fine, and that we trust you, and that it's fine for you to hold whatever you need to hold, but
You don't have to lie.
yeah, I don't want to. It's not right. Not with someone I care about. I don't exactly like being angry either. It didn't feel exactly easy convincing everyone or talking to everyone about letting bygones be bygones and just focusing on moving on to the next thing that day,
Yeah.
Listen, that you hiding things from us, that's not what I'm mad about, by the way. And I don't want to turn this into me ripping on you either. I know you're stressed. I know you're tired, but this also does have to come out. I think the reason why everyone else is mad might be the same reason why I'm mad. When you look at us, who do you see exactly? What do you see?
She pauses and just sort of looks at you, just very much takes her time with her answer. I see people that deserve to be protected, I suppose. People that deserve to live a happy life.
That's not just because the us here are suffering. It's because every time you've seen us, it's been suffering, right?
Yeah. Yeah. This is the longest it's gone. Before suffering began. So. Yeah.
I get that it's hard to make that separation, but deep down, you gotta know we're not them, right? Whoever these other us's were that you got to know, that other Thaddeus that our Thaddeus got to meet, they're not one and the same, right?
No. You make your decisions inform you. This is every cycle slightly different.
Just that word, slightly. It's that whole looking at us and feeling like everything that's been between us, you and me, can't even imagine how Kloven feels, but it feels like every day has to be looked at with the idea that you've been comparing us. It hurts. Especially to hear that you don't think that we can, that the moment we find out about whatever you're holding from us, it's fated, that we can't. Whatever battle happen will happen, no matter what decision we make, no matter what kind of person we are. And it really hurts knowing that even though we may have grown to care about each other, you may have had a teensy bit of an advantage from talking to each and every one of us. It hurts knowing that I'm not the only me in your head.
Tate.
So I didn't. I want things to be normal again. But we aren't going to get normal. We got to find a new one.
Yeah. I
Not-
don't.
Yes. No, you finish what you need to say. I've been talking a while.
The first time I came to this place, you all were, well, I guess the best word would be grown up. Wasn't the stocks, it was something else. And you all are strong. Been doing it for a while, and we thought that, you know, we had a good chance. But then one day it just stopped. Got pretty damn close. And then it stopped. And the version of you that I knew then is different from the version of you I knew next. And that's different from the version of you I know now. But even if that gives me an advantage, even if it makes me feel like I know what you might say in a situation, I still... Every time I get to know any of you, it's always a joy. And I don't want you to think that we're just numbers in the sequence of a machine. or anything like that. You've never been that, and it's easy for me to forget that. I have forgotten it before. Treated us just like variables, but I can say this much right now. Is that losing you every time hurts. It always does.
Don't know how much time of day you get to experience the closest thing you get to normal. And I know, despite everything, that you make an effort for us, and each and every time things get reset, it has to hurt. Regardless of if they're us or not. But still don't sit right with me. You don't gotta tell us anything, right? We're gonna figure that out ourselves. We're gonna make an impact ourselves. And once everything is out in the open from our work, once I can make sure that when you look at me, you only think of me, we're bringing you with us, alright? Only then.
She looks to the left, just kind of holding her arm, like the one arm limp, the other just holding it, that one. Just right. And things can go back to normal. Be better.
You being better or not, you'll be you. And I'll be me. And whatever new normal we get. But right now, this is all we got. So, I'm gonna help you with the rest of your errands. And, at the very least, if you don't feel comfortable asking Kloven, you can ask my mom, my pa, or my sis, alright? Pretty sure everyone in this town loves you, so... You should at least let them
Wonder
help
why
you
they
when
love
can.
me.
Aren't you the one just talking about how we're not... Oh, wait, hello?
Yeah? No, you're good.
I thought it...
Just
You were the one.
go ahead.
You were the one just saying we weren't a bunch of numbers, right? So... Surely it wouldn't be that much to ask for help every now and again.
Right.
Wanted a normal, we can start from there, yeah?
Right.
And whatever bag she was carrying, Tate will just, like, pick up and walk with her as needed.
She'll just kind of say, "Can I give you..." There's a part of me that feels unburdened by saying things. And though there's pieces I will not say, having these people know some gradually is, even though I seem emotionally unstable right now, helps. So
Are you cut out after saying giving? I heard the other words, but I didn't hear what you said after giving.
I don't remember what I said.
It's okay, it's okay. Keep going.
But just the idea she's just like getting at is just, it hurts to, feel it more, but it also helps to feel like people understand her, even if she can't give all of the full answers.
Always.
But she'll speak up one this time and just say, "You want to know how much things can change? That first time I met you, I was just a robot. No soul. Just a being of numbers."
Can't imagine you without a soul. You've got one of the most beautiful ones I've ever seen.
is certainly something special, what soul resides inside me.
I can't say I'll ever fully understand what you went through, but... And I don't know if these feelings between us will ever be less complicated, but... I'll be there for you. For anything. No questions asked, alright? Even if it's just to sit next to you while you think over all the weird shit you can't tell us. Alright?
Alright. Then, can I ask you for one favor?
Of course.
I think the emotion's getting to me a little bit. Becoming harder to handle. Can you grab me some, Can you grab me some tomatoes, some celery, and more, and bring them back to the house?
Of course. You can go ahead and get your rest, but, don't feel bad about losing yourself. If any of us were stable right now, that'd be fucking weird. Alright.
Yeah,
You get your rest, Ma. I'll bring the groceries back for you.
thank you. You see her just walk off towards the tree. Alright.
Good.
Anything else?
That's good. Tate will go do her groceries for her and anything else needed. Yeah, I was holding on to that for 3 weeks!
Oh my god.
Oh, that was incredible.
Baby.
Sure.
So back.
We're so back. Alright. Then next up, to change gears almost entirely, I believe there's a group thing that that SK is going to be starting.
Yeah, we're gonna be shifting some tones here. I think upon some reflection on their misadventures, SK is gonna remember a few particular points of conversation with Adamar, and you know, friendship building hasn't gone particularly great for him thus far, but he's not entirely discouraged from attempting again, and so I think he's going to think about his time with Adamar and how much he likes spending time with Adamar, but knows not to approach this subject directly. So I think he's going to enlist the help of Kloven and seek him out first. To enlist his help in getting Adamar to touch grass a little bit.
Alright. Please, go for it, you two.
Yeah. So, on this lovely day, where can SK venture out to find Kloven?
Sure. So I assume there's a sort of like barrack-esque place where a lot of the town's guard are. More like an open air arena-esque where I think he would be doing some training.
Cool. He's gonna mosey on in that direction, trying to play it oh so casual and not doing a great job at it because he's not used to venturing out during just yet. So he's kind of making his way over to those barracks and shying away from other people as he does so. But we'll see Kloven in the midst of training and kind of slink in without anyone else noticing, hopefully, and kind of just sit there until Kloven notices him.
Well, good for SK that he's pretty noticeable.
Yep.
So he will notice him at first, kind of slink around and approach. Won't entirely react right away, just kind of look in the corner of his eye to see exactly what he's doing. Uh, and notices that he wasn't entirely going to approach him. Kloven will stop what he's doing, put his javelin down, and kind of finally turn towards SK with a smile. Oh, come to train today?
Turns around, ends like you absolutely aren't the reason why he's here, and just Kloven, fancy meeting you here, of all places.
Oh, yes, very uncommon for a town's guard to be where the town's guard normally is stationed. But how,
Indeed.
of
Indeed.
course. How can I assist you today, Your Majesty?
Well, since you have asked,
Mm, mm.
there was a matter that you could perhaps help me with, seeing as you are conveniently here after all.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, whatever I could do to uh, put you in my good graces.
Well, you see, I've been considering the state of affairs since our return from our trek through the mists, and I must say, it is, after all, a king's duty to look after the well-being of his citizens, and while, granted, none of you are technically my citizens, I feel that as the leader of our expeditions, I find that I simply must do my due diligence to keep an eye on things, so to speak. And I came across some rather troubling tidbits of information concerning, and he kind of looks over his shoulder, make sure like no one else is here, or at least like eavesdropping, concerning our mutual acquaintance, Captain Adamar.
You see Cloven's eyes kind of light up uh, before he like leans a bit on his javelin, his head tilted a bit to the side. Oh, okay. And what sort of information have you gathered about Adamar that needs addressing your kingly advice for?
Well, quite frankly, not to put too fine a point on it, the man is absurdly stressed. And I don't say such things lightly, you understand. Normally, I very much am of the opinion it is none of my business, but I don't think the man has had a moment's relaxation in a considerable amount of time, which, given his, well, quite frankly, given his elven ancestry, the man should not be looking as haggard as he does. I think he could do very well with a, how do you say, a day off.
Well, you have no idea how many times I've suggested it, only for him to brush me aside. His work is very dear to Adamar. It is the one thing he loves most in this world. So it is a little hard to convince, but
Perhaps with our skills combined, we might be able to have him see reason. Perhaps if we ask the others to join us as well, it might encourage him, feel a little less targeted.
Oh, well, I'm always one for peer pressure, so I definitely don't mind gathering the forces.
Very good. I was considering a day at the baths. Do you find this agreeable?
Oh, any excuse to to shed a little clothing, I'm all for.
He just kind of stares, like, very plain-faced, like, none of your shenanigans now, Kloven. This is very serious.
Oh, yes, of course. I have no ulterior motives in this. I fully support what you were trying to do to Adamar, and I would love to help in whatever way that I can.
Very good. Well, since we are in agreement to my brilliant schemes, perhaps we should talk to the man himself.
Perhaps we should gather everyone first. I feel with numbers against him, you'd be more inclined to agree.
Ah, peer pressure, of course.
Yes, of course. All right, then, shall we find everyone else?
Indeed, indeed. Let us rally the forces.
Or would you rather stay here and, I don't know, do whatever it was you were trying to do here? Training, was it?
Ah, well, of little concern. Now, I can practice some other day. I'm glad to have happened to bump into you, though.
Yes, of course. Always happy to be bumped into. All right, then. Well, I just about finished here, so I could use a bath, too.
Very good. And
Right,
from this point, I think we're going to move to grab Thaddeus and Tate and peer pressure Adamar into getting a bath.
What a team building exercise.
Yes. Oh,
Yes.
so smart, so smart.
Gotta grab the guardsman and make him have a day off.
It's for morale.
Do you guys
Team
want to
building.
RP getting Thaddeus and Tate, or do you just want to go to everybody grabbing Adamar?
We're ride or die. It is not a no. I'm pretty sure Thaddeus and they both say yes just on the spot.
I just want to stress one thing Thaddeus would say upon the proposition at all. You want me to help you peer pressure Adamar, take a load off.
Yes.
I'm more offended that you asked.
Oh?
Of course I'm in.
Ah. Excellent.
I could use the
I was
stress
just
relief
going to-
too, so. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Oh, no, I was just going to entice everyone with, being naked, so. But that works.
Kloven, I've already told you, this is a serious enterprise.
Of course, absolutely. But there is also everything serious about the body, so.
I mean, don't you gotta be naked to use the spa? That's why it's a. I don't get it.
Trying to cleanse our bodies, not our clothes.
Kloven just nods sagely.
Indeed.
Mhm.
Thaddeus has learned many a thing from being around Kloven for so many years.
All right, well, let's go entice our victim.
Poor Adamar's just gonna get absolutely jumped.
Or dudes jump one man in the spa.
Throw him in, boys!
Throw him in!
All right. Well, you are more than welcome to go. Guess where Adamar is?
He's in his
Ah!
office.
He's at the desk again!
No way. But go ahead and you can knock on the door.
Kloven, I imagine this is familiar territory for you.
Me too.
Certainly. And he's not gonna knock, he's just gonna walk in.
Oh,
Thaddeus will follow.
Kloven, Thaddeus, Sewer King, and Tate. Are we here to discuss planning for the next expedition?
If you will allow
Manner of
me.
Speaking.
Kloven, what was it you said on the way over to my tavern? Oh yes, that your kindly boss had not taken any of his time off in the better part of 2 years, was it?
That and probably a little bit more, actually.
Oh, God.
So we're all here to collectively make sure you at least take a load off for once in your life.
Mm-hmm. And they got you into this too, Tate?
I mean, I could use the stress relief, and if I could be completely honest with you and serious with you for a bit, outside of the comedy of the situation, I mean, come on, Adamar, right? We go out there, we risk our lives, going further and further into the mist than most other people have gotten. A little bit of rest every now and then isn't going to kill us, right? No more than the mist, at least.
Careful, you put Adamar in enough nice water, you might start melting.
I suppose it could be helpful to...
Yes, it was His Majesty's suggestion, actually.
You thought of this because of our conversation, didn't you, Sewer King?
That was a chief contributor, but I also think it would be for the good of all of us. After all, we've seen and experienced a few harrowing things in our mist excursions.
He's right.
I would argue that it would do more harm than good to not allow ourselves a moment's reprieve.
And I was playing up the bit earlier. It wasn't Kloven's idea. I just thought it'd be funny.
Been slinked in the corner, just smiling, watching it.
So, a team bonding experience. Is that what's going on here?
Well, it's either
Just
voluntary
so.
or there's one of us for each of your limbs. So I mean,
Let me glance over specifically at Kloven, just like, see, every time you've asked me if I wanted to take a day off with you, you haven't had the backing of 3 more people. Just the same.
Well, I'll know for next time then.
So, are we going today? Is that the plan?
right now, in fact.
Right now, have you... If this is going to be team bonding, have any of you asked Anti?
I'll get to them next, I figured. Get to them next, I mean. I'm sure Liana would be down too.
I do not know if they can get clean, but...
Everybody likes steam, right?
Yes. Everyone likes steam. Well... I don't think I'm getting out of this, so I think I'll just submit. Please, lead the way, you rapscallions.
Okay.
Excellent.
Here.
Alright. And Adamar will just kind of follow along, just with like a little bit of just like a, you guys are fucking ridiculous, but okay, sure. And as you head over to the tree to sort of check in on Anti, we can roleplay that out, but I can say it'll be pretty quick if you want me to just sum it up.
I'm not ready to sum it up.
Yeah.
I will just say yes, right?
Anti will just look at the 5 of you and just go, extraordinarily humorous. I have never taken a bath. However, I suppose I could use more data. I am agreed. And we'll just kind of, they don't have any other things to grab, so we'll just kind of gather behind you guys and start following to the bathhouse.
Everyone's so agreeable today. We should definitely do this more often.
I'm
Correct.
just chock full of brilliant ideas.
That you are, Your Majesty.
Correction to Kloven's initial statement. Agreeable is different than what we are currently experiencing.
Oh?
We simply know that team bonding is a good way to make sure that everyone is on the same page and therefore will lead to a higher probability of success when it comes to missions. So we are agreeable in that way.
Ah, I see. Well, I'll certainly take it then.
All right. Then we'll go ahead and just move to you guys going to the spa. So the spa is essentially an offshoot of this community center that is there's near the central area of the stocks, a little bit back from the tree, but inside of the community center, you all would know, basically everybody except for Sewer King, since you haven't been in it, and Anti just knows. Is there's a small little temple for people to pray / find spiritual help there. An area for just like little games, as well as a community bath. The community bath is rather large. Probably like 2 separate rooms that can fit 10 people each. So as you all kind of come in, there's plenty of room for you all to change in private if you wish. Yeah. So I will let you take the scene, as Adamar and Anti will be joining you, but I'll let you lead from here for a bit.
Okay, it's your first time in spa, right? Or this one,
Well,
right?
with other people, yes. Usually I manage to find myself a private moment in the wee hours of the morning.
Alright, so how about you walk me through what you think you do then?
Ah, well, first and foremost, you have to undress. Secondly, I would highly recommend one of the hot baths, or the steam room. The sauna is really quite excellent.
I appreciate a good warm up in the sauna before dipping my feet in. But we should shower first and foremost, get the dirt off and stuff.
Precisely.
Yeah. Want me to get your back, or you got it?
Ah, if you wouldn't mind. And honestly, with a surprisingly little amount of shame, SK is just like peeling off the layers of his clothes. And you get to see for like the first time just how like strange and animalistic he is under his like layers of clothes. And so he's got like this ruff of coarse gray fur like around his neck and like trailing over his chest. He's got of course, the reptilian arm, but the scales go all the way up his shoulder to the collarbone, the crocodilian tail, and you get to see the brand new dragon scales that have started erupting and forcing their way out of his back.
And we'd recognize that those scales are new, or do we assume that like, oh, you've always had them, you just never showed them off before because we've never seen this much of your back before?
You might presume the latter, because you've never seen him clothes off before. Only Thaddeus would know that they're new, because SK told him so.
Let's, oh. Fancy back there, SK.
Ah, thank you. It's, well, I suppose. I can't see it, but from my understanding, I've got some new developments working their way through my spine.
That's a weird way to phrase puberty? Question mark.
No, nothing of the sort. Just a new evolutionary stage, I believe.
Huh.
After all, I did take a sizable chunk out of that, eyeball dragon, and it seems to be having, some interesting effects.
Are you okay? Because, I mean, can you, like, adapt to the mist then? Is that what your body's been doing?
I don't know if I would be able to adapt to the mist itself. That would be a rather miraculous development, but I think it'll be interesting to see how it takes form outside of a few new scales. They are a little itchy, though. But such is the nature when skin is broken.
And yeah, it just means you're molten. You mind if I can peck it out for you while I'm back here, you know, if you want. I get a harder bristle brush.
That would be exquisite. Thank you.
Yeah, hang on. He just firmly grasps like your left shoulder with his left hand and like kind of goes on your back like he's using steel wool.
He is loving it, just like kind of melting a little bit, like hunched over and just thoroughly enjoying himself. His tail is like wagging pleasantly. He is very, very pleased with this.
It's the dog leg shake.
Yes, kind of.
Thaddeus and Kloven up too.
Thaddeus comes out clad in... Honestly, his bathing suit is just pants, but like weirdly skin tight. Like swimmer's pants, honestly.
That's
And
fair.
he ditched the metal arm because that shit rusts in the sauna, and he's learned that firsthand.
Can you imagine Beth or Ashton killing you for that reason?
Kloven's probably already in the bath at this point when Thaddeus comes out, and he looks mildly disappointed.
I should mention Tate's in a towel. He didn't. That's all he's got. He's not all natural like SK. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
If I can, you can see Adamar kind of probably hesitates a bit more to show themselves off, but will nonetheless just kind of walk out to hop into the baths as well, not wanting to just linger about in the sauna. And then additionally, as you are just sort of laying there, you can see Anti sort of just like standing there, very much just like, I was going to just use the phrase like man emoji kind of thing, but just the fact that they just like are like, this is interesting. You can see that there's going to be like a few of their little branch tendrils just sort of reach out and just sort of 3 of them at once just sort of splash the bath a little bit just to kind of feel it out. And they just look over at you and just say, and this is enjoyable?
You can.
It's,
Okay, sorry.
oh, it's meant to be relaxing. But normally you're supposed to be entirely in.
Interesting. They're just going to slowly inch their way into the bath on the other side of all of you. And as they do, they essentially just like melt into a puddle. Like all of the leaves and all of the branches just sort of go up to the top. Just like this large puddle. And they just like their little leaves that like have the eye markers on just kind of like are just pointed directly up, and they just say humorous as they just float around.
Humorous.
Do you feel relaxed yet?
This feeling is new. I do not know how we would identify it yet.
Give it some time.
It's a start.
Do you find that you're using fewer of your core muscle usage?
Affirmative. I am currently
Ah.
letting the water take me.
Then it is having the intended effect.
Yeah.
Acknowledged. Just
Is it
continue
having
to
the is it having the intended effect on our Adamar?
Sorry, I just looked at the Discord chat.
That's so good.
The fucking
They're
Goofy
happy.
floating in the lazy river. Adamar is just
So perfect.
Adamar is just kind of like probably in a corner to himself. You can see he's got his hands kind of like he's kind of covering his chest a little bit. And just is like, yes, it is nice to be here with, friends.
Yeah, I mean, is Adamar still just like standing outside the tub?
No, they're in the water, but just like definitely very hesitant to let themselves fully relax.
Why don't you sit by me, Adamar? Plenty of room.
Listen, as long as he's
you
taking
request.
care of himself, I don't care where he's sitting.
And Adamar will just kind of like, with a little bit of concern in his face, just like kind of inch over towards Sewer King.
Sewer King's just got his usual, like, kind of manic grin on his face. He's very pleased with himself.
I must ask though, Sewer King, you disrobed entirely, yet you still have your muzzle on?
Yes.
Isn't that a rust possibility?
Not as bad as my arm. Also learned that from experience.
Yes, letting it soak a good bit afterwards cleans it right up. It'll be just fine, but I appreciate your concern, sir.
Very, very good. I just wanted to make sure. And Thaddeus, your limb is all right being like that?
Left it back in the changing room. I don't bring that thing in here.
Understood. Kloven, are you enjoying yourself as well?
Oh, I am just taking in the sights. It's wonderful that we're all together.
Of course.
I bet you are.
Tate, I'm sure this is relaxing for you as well.
Yeah, I actually need to get my mind off of a few things, so this has been helpful. But what about you? It seems you I mean, I understand the concern with everybody, but like for instance, what do you talk about outside of work, Adamar? You don't want me asking.
He has a life outside of work.
Well, you should. So we're
That's what I've
fighting
been
for
saying.
it.
It's very hurtful that you would put it that way, Thaddeus, but you are not far off from the truth.
You don't learn bartending skills without being a little blunt.
Fair enough. I suppose I read sometimes, and have a little flower garden. A small one, just a few feet by a few feet, but something. That's good.
Yes, very, very quaint, I must say.
Didn't take you for one with a green thumb.
Well, it's simply a nice way to keep my brain stimulated and active at other hours. Otherwise, sometimes I'll do some paperwork at home to make sure to get ahead on the day's work for tomorrow, and that I think covers most of what I do, aside from cooking and dishes and cleaning and all the usual household chores that you would be expecting.
Well,
Male life.
what did you call it?
Male wife.
Male life.
Born to male wife forced to lock in for the mist.
Well, I hope that we can all find this experience relaxing at least. I know that we've got a lot to do in these coming days, but we should take the time to truly enjoy ourselves when we can.
Once again,
I agree.
you peer over at Anti, who's still just floating like a puddle, and they just say, enjoyment.
Aw,
Yeah.
first time I've heard that one out of you.
Acknowledged. I will never say it again.
Ooh,
That No,
No,
I
no.
don't.
We would prefer to know when you are enjoying yourself.
Hmm. That
How's
was
Leon?
Speaking
Liana
of
feeling?
downtime, though, Tate, you've been home, yes?
Yeah,
Spoken to
and
your family?
I have. What are you getting at over there?
I admit I wasn't all there when your sister had come by the bar. Not particularly emotional support you probably needed at the time. I know we had
Hey.
spoken about talking to them when we arrived.
Well, I
Just-
mean, you guys will be there to talk to him. I mean, you're all coming to dinner tomorrow, right?
Oh, is that tomorrow?
Well, it is now. Now that I said it.
Well, do let your mother know in advance, at least.
Oh, well, she knows. She would like to meet the kind of people I'm risking my life for. I mean, she knows
Oh.
most of you already, but looks over at SK and Anti. Oh, SK, she'd like to hear you praise her cooking some more. So
I would certainly enjoy the opportunity to sample her cooking firsthand.
You know, I've been trying to reverse engineer the Plantar's home cooking for years, and even something half-ass as mine pulls people into the tavern, so I wouldn't skip up a dinner.
afterwards, you can all crash in the barn, look at the foggy night sky together.
Sounds
crash into
nice.
your hay bale. Yeah.
observation. I do not require sustenance, therefore dinner is not necessary.
Can you taste?
Negative.
You want to give my ma a chance at seeing if she can get you to taste?
That would be truly something.
Worst case, I'm sure Liana would love to talk shop with my ma, right? Since she was the one cooking at the party, right?
See their eyes switch from red to orange. I did assist, that is correct.
Yeah, my ma would appreciate talking to you.
Very good. Now, my taste buds are non-existent as well, but I do have many, many years of cookbooks stored inside of my databases. So, that is essentially tasting, I believe.
Nowhere near close to the real thing. You can read all about food you want, but unless you actually have it, well,
The last thing we as a system have eaten was, in fact, me, and we did not taste anything.
That is right, isn't it?
yeah.
Well, we could
But,
certainly use your cooking expertise later on in the road.
Shifts back
No
to
doubt.
Anti. Observation. It would be disturbing if we could taste.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Mm,
I don't
mm.
want to imagine what my sister tastes like. Ugh. Probably pumpkins.
it is in the
I've never-
name.
I've never tasted dragon before, so
I'm gonna keep my mind shut for that. I'm sorry.
unless
Anti,
Oh, no.
while just spinning around, just
Oh,
says,
no.
Sewer King, you have tasted dragon.
I did. Well, at least the one that we faced.
Inquiry, how did it taste?
Wretched, I must say.
Disappointment.
I know, right? You think it would be better for such a rare creature, but... granted, I was gnawing on the less desirable parts of an animal, so perhaps that had an adverse effect on the taste.
maybe we'll have to try a different dragon. He'll kind of smile and wink a little bit.
Indeed.
I do not believe Mai is available for eating.
He just coughs a little bit.
I think we would
Looks
have to
at
find.
directly at Tate.
I think that's enough of the hot springs for me, at least.
But we can't eat Mai. She's an ally. We'd have to find a different dragon.
This conversation is going over too many heads.
Maybe we should reset a bit. Maybe a bit of the sauna and then some I got some milk here. I could go for a nice cold glass of milk after this. Pudding.
Something cold would be nice, yes.
Where are you keeping a cold glass of milk in a place like this?
Out of character, DM. Do we have fridges in this universe?
That's a
Got the
valid
ice
question.
It has to be like in a ye old cellar, you know.
Do you-
Like
Yeah,
we-
we got the ice box.
The
Ice
only
box.
the only reason you guys have cars is because you found schematics for cars in one of the bunkers that
Ah,
That
no
the three
schematics for Frigidaires.
and since that also applies to electricity, that's something else that was found in a bunker. We're getting lore during spa day.
Yeah.
The deep lore.
The deep lore.
It's not for nothing.
But I
Wired
don't.
viewing.
I definitely haven't thought about there being fridges, so I imagine it's a cellar kind of thing.
All right, then fucking nice, cool sherbet
Sherbet.
or like ice. Like shaved ice was a thing back then too.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Shaved ice with some nice fruity syrup or honey. Yeah, go for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all
I don't.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
You
I was
go-
gonna say I don't know how long we're gonna do group RP for, but Tate would like a quick little aside with Adamar as they head out.
Sure. We can go ahead and do that.
Then once we're all leaving, Tate's gonna like tap Adamar on the shoulder and ask him for a quick second. Hey,
What can I help you with?
I wanted your advice on something as another person with scar. I mean, you have scars of varying nature, but the battle scars. I mean,
Right.
Listen, I don't know how people react when they see your wounds and stuff. I guess we're kind of used to it, but when I was home changing, my sister walked in on me swapping a shirt out, and she wouldn't admit to it, but she yelped a little bit seeing what that dragon left on my back. And I felt nice being here with everybody. But sorry if this is a little forward, but I noticed you were covering up your chest, and I don't know. I felt comfortable being able to show my scars. I've been a lot more conscious of mine back at home. But and obviously no pressure on you, but over time I hope we're comfortable enough for you, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You're one of the toughest men I know, is all, and I'd rather you be comfortable than feel like how I felt when my sister saw my scars.
I'll just grab Tate, bring him in for a hug, and pat him on the back and just say, "Thank you. Not many people know about those, so soon, I think, maybe. It's fine."
Everyone's been supportive of you, and will continue to do so no matter what.
You know, it's not something I expected to come up, considering we are fighting for the survival of mortal races. But it's not unwelcome.
Regardless of an apocalypse, we all still want to live, right? And that means living how we want to live.
Right. I will see you for dinner tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Might I inquire as to what you're family is making? Or is that not set in stone yet?
Everything. Mama doesn't really hold back, and we got more than enough to come up with something for everybody, at least.
Then,
Even if you're picky.
if I may be so selfish, do you know what my favorite dessert is?
It's a poppy seed muffin.
Lemon poppy seed muffin. Thank you.
I'll put in a special request for you, sir.
Nothing lifts my spirits like one. So,
Always. Rest well, Adamar.
you too. Take care, Tate.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Anything else anybody wants to do while they're in the general, like, bath/spa area?
Nothing particular, but I think, and we don't have to play out anything, but SK will just kind of continue to enjoy companionable silence next to Adamar, and just kind of keep visual tabs on him, just to make sure he's enjoying himself.
You will have fun. This is mandatory.
This is mandatory fun.
It's not a request.
Kloven will likely end up pestering Thaddeus to rub his back as well during like showers and things like that.
I think this will make a very blunt point of holding up his one hand right now. If you're sure, I mean, I can give it a shot.
Of course.
Thaddeus will do as he is asked, as he is a simp.
Wearing his heart on his sleeve, goddamn.
Listen, his wisdom is bad, his intelligence is good.
As Anti removes themselves from the water and becomes less of a puddle, see them like kind of reform, and then just this like gust of air just kind of pours out from the top of them and basically air dries them while they're just standing there, and just say, interesting. That was enjoyable.
I'm ever so glad you approve.
We should certainly do it again sometime.
There is something enjoyable and comforting about being nothing but a puddle floating about on water. If you will
It's
excuse
nice
me.
to be.
They'll just kind of be the first one to leave, probably, and just scurry on out of there.
I'm glad you suggested this, Your Majesty. It's I'm almost surprised you wanted to include everyone in this.
Just kind of tilts his head curiously, like, well, of course. I look after all my people.
You seem to be a bit of a wallflower, but it's nice to know that you're opening up to us a little bit more.
Even wallflowers can be observant. There is a distinct strategic advantage sometimes, not being in the center of the room.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that, but I'll certainly leave it to you to do the observing.
Well, should I ever have any such grand designs again, I hope I can continue to enlist your assistance.
But of course, things like this are a bit of my expertise, even though I have yet to be able to do anything like this to Adamar, so I'm glad he's becoming a bit more lenient.
Yes. I hope it did him some good. And
He
the
likely
others.
won't admit it, but I'm sure it did everyone some good.
Thank you, Kloven, for your help.
Of course. As I said, anytime.
All right. Then as everybody sort of gets out of the bath, gets themselves all situated together, the last thing I'll leave you with on this is just, as you guys come out, you get a nice little straight shot looking over, and you just see Anti talking to Mai, who is resting in dragon form. And you can see she looks over at you and just gives you like a soft, but still very... It's one of those things where it's a distant smile. She is still just in dragon form. We will close that scene here and move on to SK and Thaddeus. You wanted to have a little chit chat?
Indeed.
Indeed.
By all means.
Yeah. I kind of imagine this is taking place same day, maybe a little later once everyone is dried and rejuvenated, redressed, and probably back at the tavern. And SK just approaching Thaddeus and slinking into one of the chairs at the bar, one of the high tops, and just, oh,
Alright,
you know,
don't... I'll bite. You don't sit like that unless you got something to say.
No, I'm glad that we all went. It was under the, the guise of assisting Adama and the others, but frankly, I think I needed that as well.
You're telling me. My back feels way better.
Oh, same. Tate's got a very firm hand. My scales feel nice and polished.
Heat did it for me. But I'm happy I was able to help Kloven out. And I'm happy Tate... Wait, he polished your scales?
The new ones on my back.
You can do that? That's a good thing?
I know now.
Um,
I hadn't considered it before, but I suppose there was some dead skin build-up since they're freshly emerged, and I feel like a new man.
noted for the future. Huh. Well, what's on your mind?
I wish to apologize, I suppose, is the word one might use. When you first proposed these excursions into the mist, I chalked it up to a suicidal venture. And believe me, a part of me still very much believes it to be so, but I discredited you. And I doubted you. I didn't think you, or anyone for that matter, would survive. And that scared me.
SK. Let me answer your apology with the thing that's been going through my head since you started talking. Since when does a king apologize?
Rarely. So when it happens, you know it is genuine.
That I do. And I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. but I love every single person in the stocks. Everyone here is a survivor. Everyone here has something to bring to the table. And I wouldn't drag any single one of them out if I didn't think there was a good chance of us making some accomplishments and coming back alive. And I'll admit, I lost sight of things myself out there, and I scared some people, some very important people, who didn't need that kind of fear. But I'm sorry you ever had to be afraid in the first place. That wasn't the goal. We're going out there to bring hope back to the stocks, not dread and worry for going back out there. You did incredible, you know. For all your talk of being afraid, you fought damn near the hardest of any of us.
Huh. Thaddeus, let me be utterly honest and blunt, if I may. I am, in all facets, a coward. I survived. That is what I meant to do, is survive. I take very few chances. I evolve. I hide. I hunt only what I know I can kill. I don't take chances. I didn't go out there for myself or for some grand ideals of saving the stocks, though, don't get me wrong, I'm glad that I did so, and God's help us, I'm starting to believe in these ideals of yours, but that's not why I left. I did it for you, Thaddeus. Because I wanted to protect you. And I'd never forgive myself should anything happen to you. So wherever this crazy adventure leads us, I was hesitant before, I'll admit, but no longer. Wherever you go, I go.
All right. Now that you've said your bluntly honest piece and hit me with an emotional sledgehammer, my turn to do the same. SK. I've been talking on and on about what Jillian wanted. What I want to see happen for the stocks. What I believe in. What I want these expeditions to bring. Haven't shut up about it since we left. I've done stupid things in favor of it. But do you want to know what I've been thinking about ever since I dragged you out of the basement to go out of the stocks into the mist and find something out there?
I can think of a few things. You are a rather ambitious man in nature.
That I am. And do you want to know what one of the most heartfelt ambitions that I have is? I'm tired of watching you just survive. I'm tired of watching you subsist. I'm tired of watching one of the closest people in the world to me sit here under the floorboards and pretend he isn't part of the town he's been living in his whole life. I don't want you to have to sit in the sewers with your rats, away from everyone for your entire life, only with me knowing who you are. I don't want you to just survive, SK. I'm doing this not just for Kloven, not for Tate, not for Adamar, not for but especially so you don't get to just survive, so you get to thrive at some point. So all that evolving will mean something when people see the real you I've been seeing my entire life. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't believe in the people around me. And especially the ones that have been there with me when I've been distraught, when I've been inconsolable, when I've been dealing with everything that's come our way. SK. It's... I don't know what to put on it, but you are the person in the world who knows the most about me, you know. At least the only one I know who's still alive. So keep staying with me, because I want to see what you become.
SK, on that line, you just see a vision of your mother appear behind Thaddeus and just smile at you. The smile, and she doesn't have a mouth, comes in the form of the lighthouse just widening and stretching in the shape of one with no eyes. And as it gets to its brightest and widest point, she disappears.
A true beacon of hope and optimism you've become.
I'd say I learned from the best, but really I just patched together a lot of philosophies that I've seen come through here over the years. So I want to do what's best for everybody. But at my core, when I'm being selfish, when I'm being ambitious, when I'm being me, I want all of us together. I don't want a stupid overgrown baby looming over us like playthings.
Yes, we could certainly do without that.
I want our home to not feel like it's fenced in. You know, I'm gonna use some of Jillian's old words, because sometimes she talked better than I did. It's just the truth. Under this roof, under the stocks, doesn't matter if your ears are pointy, if you got fangs or if you got teeth. Doesn't matter if you got a tail, doesn't matter if you're 10 feet tall. We're all people, same as one another, who enjoy each other's company. I just want to make a home out of whatever's left.
She was a truly remarkable person. And I know how frustrating it must be to slow that part of you that wants to find her.
On some level, maybe. But Adamar told me some things that have been sticking with me. And there's no guarantee we find her, you know. He's right about that. But
I'm surprised to hear you admit as such.
you won't find me doing it out in the field, and you won't find me doing it around anyone else who doesn't know me as well as you do, but you know when those ideals and that fire starts to crack. I can't hide that shit from you. The truth is, there are people here who need me the way I am, who don't need me chasing ghosts. People who might be doing this for more than themselves. Like you just told me. And if we find her, it'll be a good reunion. If we don't, we'll find what she left for us, and we'll be able to build something from whatever's left. Right?
Kind of pauses for a moment and averts his eyes for just a second, like he's hesitating to say what he's saying next. Thaddeus, have you... It is very likely, considering how long she's been gone, and we don't know where she's been, where she is now. It is entirely possible that when we find her, if we find her, she's not what you remember.
Thaddeus is going to turn around, look at her rifle up on its holster, up on the rack on the shelf. Then I'll do what I have to. She wouldn't want to live like that.
You would do that? Truly?
SK. He's gonna turn back to him with a smile that's just as sad as it is happy. I'd do anything for the people I love.
Gives a nod and a firm grip on his good shoulder. Just, I know you would.
Thaddeus is gonna grab his hand, look him dead in the eye, and just say, and that includes you. You know that, right?
Huh. Yes. I know.
Sewer King.
Yeah, DM.
You hear just a few words in your head. If she becomes a monster, I'll do what it takes.
SK's one reptilian eye just kind of twitches a little bit. And the eyelid closes and shuts, like it's blinking back something.
You see her in the distance, past Thaddeus, just sitting there patiently.
We all do what we must. Even if others might not understand.
Yeah.
Well, I've got your back. Now, and always, wherever this crazy adventures of our leads.
Me too. I've got you covered.
I know.
And you know, I don't know if you remember this. It was a stupid thought from when I was real young. Around the time we first met, you called yourself the Sewer King, and I stayed up until 3 in the morning trying to think of what an actual good name was for you, and you came in, did a long-winded soliloquy, gave me a hearty laugh, crumpled up the piece of notebook paper I'd been writing on, and threw it out the window. But I have always wondered, since you said you never remembered it, what your actual name is. And I don't mean the one you were born with. I still hope I get one to call you someday that isn't just a title or an abbreviation.
Just kind of furrows his brows a little quizzically. I understand that names and such hold such a status of familiarity. But I hope you understand that this is the only name that I have known. It is all I need.
Yeah. Well. Is it all you want?
Is my mom still here?
She's still there, yeah.
Oh.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
It's not your mother's voice. But 2 names, all talking about all this, ring in your head. You know which 2 they are.
Does it elicit a positive or a negative emotion?
From your mother? Or from yourself?
From myself.
More of confusion. Specifically confusion on the name Clark. That name, Lark, inside of your head, just bounces back and forth like it's hitting against the walls of your skull. And it doesn't make sense to you. But nonetheless, it stays.
Yeah, I think at this point, Sewer King actually, like, grabs his head, like and rubs his scaled fingers against his forehead, like, in some kind of discomfort, and just, I don't know. Thaddeus, I suppose I'll find out someday if there's anything more to it. I'm sure you can appreciate that not everything is mentally set in stone.
That's kind of exactly what I was getting at, actually. Nothing ever has to be concrete or pre-decided. Things can change a lot over time. And oh, who am I kidding? Hey, I saw you grabbing your head there for a second. Do you want some tea? Something that'll ease that ache a little bit?
Oh, you're a saint. Yes, please.
Alright. Earl Grey, your usual?
Yes, thank you.
Happily. I'm always there for you, SK. And if you ever need to talk to me about something like this again, if you ever need to be blunt, or just get out what's been in your head, I've always got an ear to listen. Might be a bit more tuned in to you than most of the other voices in the stocks, if I'm being honest with myself.
Tuber King?
Yeah.
The name that's been bouncing around in your head, just saying the word Lark over and over again. You feel a hand grab it and just squish it down. You hear your mother's voice that just says, "Forget her." And then it's gone.
Oh. I think the tea is truly doing the trick. I feel immensely better already.
Glad to hear it. Is there anything else I can do for you? I didn't even think to offer to polish your scales when I saw them the first time, so maybe I'm just used to taking care of humans and elves and such.
No, this is a learning progress for all of us. After all, I haven't had the opportunity to devour many dragons, so we will figure this out as it comes.
Yeah. Well, if you have any ideas for something I can do, no matter how weird or out there, I'll give it a shot.
I appreciate it.
Don't mention it.
You're a very good man. And an even better friend.
Yeah. You too. Even if you don't think you are. Even if you keep saying you're a coward.
Perhaps I'll learn to be brave.
I think you already did. You stood up for all of us at the festival. You stood up for all of us with the dragon. I think it's been in you the whole time, SK. You're just perhaps too humble of a ruler to acknowledge your own virtues.
Ah, dear, too much humility is never a good attribute.
How are you ever going to keep Nero in line with an attitude like that?
Ugh, don't remind me.
Yeah.
And I think with that, he'll continue to sip his tea and they'll chit-chat and the afternoon goes on.
All right.
Indeed.
We'll go ahead and move on from that scene. Sorry for the additional trauma, you know.
It was exquisite, DM.
That was some of the best RP I've had in a while. That was really good.
Hell yeah. But I believe next on our agenda is the Plantar dinner. So, Sif, I think I will toss it your way to get us started / set up for this.
I imagine.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Tate's got the vehicle I imagine as he goes about on his daily duties, he will stop by to grab everybody. We can RP that out if you guys want, or if you want to just say you said yes and want to start
Thumbs
RPing
up.
the house, that's great. The only one and I have a question for, because I know Adamar's coming,
Mm-hmm.
Anti should be coming. Would Mai want to come? I'm also debating if Tate would be comfortable enough asking her.
You would have to ask her.
Tate would ask her. If it's normal errands, then she'll probably be in human form.
Mm-hmm.
My family's hosting dinner. I don't know if the others told you, but you're more than welcome to come to that if you would like, but I understand if you feel a little uncomfortable with the idea of it.
Well, no, I'd like to go. If that's all right with you all.
Of course.
I may be a bit quiet, but I think I should stop self-isolating. So, thank you for the invitation.
Feel free to hop in. I'm going around picking everyone else up, so.
Oh, sure, yeah. That sounds fine.
Nice little tight pickup truck ride back to the Plantar house with everyone in tow.
Right? You can't really pick up anti because they weigh like 700 pounds.
Oh, well, Tate can pick him up himself. Pick him up himself.
Hey!
Hell yeah.
Tate, the Hercules arms.
Big
Hopefully.
man. Yeah, you can pick him. You can pick him up.
Yeah. Walk alongside, go slow. Mhm.
I'm just
Yeah.
imagining Thaddeus and Kloven and SK in the back of the truck.
Mhm. Adamar and Mai up front.
Yeah.
Alright, we can.
As you all kind of come back to the Plantar household and kind of get ready, you can just smell the delicious cooking, just the smell wafting through the air into the outside as you approach the house itself. I think for just about everybody here, they have experienced a Plantar family dinner before, with the exception of Sewer King and Anti.
We had the leftovers that one time.
I had the leftovers.
That's true, but there's something different about experiencing it with the family than just eating
It's not
the
the full
cooking.
thing.
Mm-hmm. The full experience.
SK, you have no idea how good this is.
Oh?
You have no idea. You said you had leftover. Come on, it's not even the same. It's not even the same taste. You thought that was good.
I did.
You're going to lose your mind. Kloven, back me up here.
No, he's right. It's the best thing I've ever tasted.
High
And I've
praise.
tasted a lot of things.
Yes, you have.
So, as you guys go ahead and open the door, coming into just like a general sitting area, you can see Tate's dad just kind of lounging in the armchair, just like, and looks up at just the sheer number of all of you guys, and just, oh, you know, I knew you would all be coming, but this is quite a surprise. A pleasant surprise, I suppose. Hope you all have
Well, it's not like the number makes any difference to you. You ain't the one cooking.
You're damn right about that, though. Cabbi never let me help too much. She takes too much pride in it. Hope y'all are hungry, cause good stuff tonight. Just kind of walk. He'll kind of get up and guide you guys to the dining room, which there's a big old table. Seating available for probably at least 12 people, but I'll kind of take away a few seats here and there just to make sure that everybody has room. Anti will just look down at Tate's dad and just say, like, we do not require a seat. And you see Tate's dad just look up at him, just like, fair enough, you are certainly something's different, aren't you? And Anti responds, correct, we are certainly different. And they'll just kind of slouch themselves down a little bit and become a bit wide, as to make sure that they are at eye level with the rest of the group here. Then, at this point, we'll say that you see Pumpkin come out from the kitchen area with a few plates kind of juggling in her hands. Some with, let's just say, there's some dinner rolls. There's some, like, basically just crackers and cheese, some butter to go along with the dinner rolls. Just a nice plate, nice spread of just general appetizer things. And said, hey, she just kind of responds just like, well, y'all, I hope you're ready, because Cabbi's certainly been going whole way out there for this one, so seems to really want to impress all you. So, hey, Mom, what do we got coming next? And she responds, but you just kind of don't hear it. It's just very mute, and she's like, oh, perfect, before the Pumpkin just runs back into the kitchen.
Thaddeus is lighting up like a kid in a candy store. It's been forever since he's been over for dinner.
I've been missing my mom's homemade cooking. I've been enjoying it every second I got. Now that we're back here for a little bit.
I've been missing your ma. She treats me like the brother you never had.
Well, she's been a little busy picking up teaching the kids since Ma's been, needing a little bit of a break.
Yeah,
Mai, who is right there,
Yeah.
kind of just like, it's been very appreciated, her willingness to do this, even though she's, well, doing a lot already.
It ain't difficult for any of us. You're important to us.
Right.
And if anything were to happen, you do your best to help us back.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm. Such as picking up groceries or cleaning dishes. Like, while Tate's saying this, he's looking at Kloven.
Smiles.
Sorry, that was a little bit for just teasing. Sorry about that.
Oh no, none taken. I enjoy the assertiveness.
That's weird. I don't know how to respond to that. Yeah.
You are too sweet, Tate.
You're awful friendly. But so I know I said open invite for you guys to stay tonight, but I understand if you guys don't feel comfortable sleeping in the barn with me.
I
Go ahead.
certainly don't mind. It's a welcome invitation. I will not refuse one's hospitality.
Surely you have a room, Tate. Or
I do, but why wouldn't I sleep with you guys out there?
I suppose fair enough.
Besides, Tate's pretty comfy. Also makes for a good midnight snack if you're feeling peckish.
You would eat the hay that we will be sleeping on?
That's the light bit of humor there, Adamar.
Fair enough. I suppose I just didn't pick that one up.
I mean, it's another thing entirely if we're talking about the weeds outside. Some of them are edible, as much as my sister might grimace at the thought of it.
Well, either way, I appreciate your invitation. We'll see how it goes. You see Adamar's just like, my bed sounds kind of nice, but this is all, it should still be nice.
I can only be hopeful that we get somewhat of a restful night of sleep with all of us under the same roof.
Well, we will be all sleeping together very soon. But I don't mind it.
All right. Then, as you guys just kind of sitting there getting the initial chatter up, eating some of the appetizers and the bread and all that good stuff, you can see Cabbi, Pumpkin, and sorry, I'm blanking. Does Tate's dad have a name? I'm just trying to make sure.
Cornelius.
Cornelius, yep. Yeah, it's in my notes, but I couldn't find it when I was going through.
You're good. You have how much shit to juggle? You dropped lore while we were in the fucking hot springs. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, so all three of them just kind of come out just holding a bunch of plates. There's a nice big old thing of mashed potatoes, nice little green bean casserole. Basically what you're looking at is just like very much a Thanksgiving spread. But, you know, just every day. Like, this is just something they just do every day to try and make sure that they can feed as many people as possible. So, Cabbi, as she walks in, just to describe it, she's just wearing, like, a nice, simple, brown dress with a little blue, necktie with some polka dots on it to match the hair tie that she has holding up her, big old bob of, hair. And basically just can't see her eyes, but there's just this really soft smile as she walks in. And she doesn't talk too terribly much, but just kind of just sets everything down, looks at each of you, and gives you a soft little smile and just says, "Enjoy," or backing off to get more food from the kitchen. Until eventually all of the food is out there, and it is just a veritable smorgasbord of food with, I would say, at least like 4 separate entrees, 10 different sides, and just extra bits and bobs here and there to make sure that everybody can have their favorite food, and including just a separate little plate that she brings out, which is 2 little lemon poppy seed muffins that she sets down next to Adamar. Just looks up at her and just says, Thank you. Mrs. Plantar, I'm glad that you were willing to accept my request. She says, anything for a growing boy. We're going to sit down herself and start to dig into the food.
Oh.
Thank you, Ma.
You're welcome, Tate.
Yes, this is so lovely. Thank you so much, Miss Plantar.
It's the least I can do to thank you all for risking your lives, looking over at Tate real quick, for the betterment of the world, as little as that may be.
He's trying so hard not to choke up every time she, like, mentions something about their mission and looking at him. Just him puppy eye looking at his dad for help, and his dad's just like,
No.
you dug your own hole, son.
Yeah. After all, you do need a lot of protein to be able to put on some muscle to be able to best defend yourself, isn't that right? And Thaddeus, there's extra protein here for you too. I highly recommend you eat some because you're going to need to be doing something about that their skin and bones body. You got that?
It's not skin and bones. I work out. I do a lot of work in my workshop. Look. Daddy's gonna pull back the sleeve on his coat.
Oh, dinner and a show. Okay.
Look. There's muscle now. It's not just. I'll take the extra meat.
Mm-hmm. You will take the extra meat and you will say, thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
The fucking
This whole time, SK's just got this very amused smile on his face, but he's keeping very quiet, and he's with like the utmost delicacy and like over-exaggerated manners. He is very delicately like cutting into his food with a knife and fork, getting like the teeniest, tiniest little bites on his fork, maneuvering the fork through the grates of his muzzle and getting it into his mouth, rinse and repeat.
I think Tate would pick up on that and then just grab SK by the wrist really quick. Hold on there, buddy. That ain't how you were eating my ma's leftovers before.
Certainly not, but this time we are in. Looks at your family. Polite company.
See, what's polite is expressing your opinion on how good my ma's cooking is. So, and Tate will just grab like just rip off a fucking turkey leg from like the main centerpiece and then just bite into it. It's good food, right? So eat it.
He's
like it
gonna
is.
eye you, chowing down, and look at your family, particularly your mother, who he has already picked up and deemed to be the matriarch of this family. And he wants to gauge her reaction. How does she look seeing just Tate tear into a turkey leg?
She just like kind of nods and looks over at Sewer King and says, "You ain't gonna be able to eat it that well if you still keep that muzzle on. Get your protein."
You'll find no complaints here, madam, although I must confess, in my most natural tendencies, my table manners are quite abhorrent. I wouldn't wish to offend your sensibilities.
But a clean bone is an enjoyed piece of meat, no?
I couldn't agree more. I see your meaning.
If there's still stuff
Yeah.
on that plate by the time you're all done, we have a problem. Am I clear?
Crystal clear, madam. I assure you that will not be a problem. If you'll excuse me. And he's gonna unlatch the muzzle, stretch his jaw muscles a little bit, follow Tate's lead, grab the other turkey leg, basically like unhinge his jaw, whole leg goes down his throat, pulls back out a clean bone.
Scooby-Doo style.
You can see
Scooby-Doo style.
Pumpkin is just watching this whole thing, just like, holy shit.
There's the SK we know and love. They give me the other seconds.
Cracks open the bone, gets the marrow.
That's efficient. I can't do that.
Cornelius just like, waste not, want not, I guess.
Is the optimal way to eat, at least for His Majesty.
Madam, my absolute highest compliments regarding the cooking.
Damn right.
Gives a really wide, toothy smile, and continues to fix himself up another plate.
This whole time, I just want to note that Anti, who cannot eat, is just kind of sitting there watching all of you guys.
Humorous.
Just
Humorous.
like, you can see in their mind, they are literally just sitting there, just staring and just watching everybody eat. And then I imagine, we'll make it Pumpkin probably looks over at them, just like, so is the plant person thing gonna be eaten?
Anti does not require sustenance in the same way that us organic beings do.
Affirmative. I simply gain energy through absorbing different energy. Nothing in the way of eating is necessary. except if it is to gain the memories of another.
I'd say Ma could try feeding them at least.
So, like, if
Who does carry particular memories?
Pumpkin just looks over at them, just like, if you like eat a chicken, would you gain the chicken's memories? Anti sort of cocks their head and just says, unsure. Perhaps testing is required. Do you have a live chicken for me to try?
I mean, it doesn't need to be alive now, does it?
I suppose not. Acknowledged. Please supply me with a chicken. At this point, Pumpkin is just kind of staring at them, and then Cabby's just like, hold on. She just kind of like quickly goes to grab like a, it's not like a part of the meal necessarily, but just grabs a quick chicken leg that they had just sort of like in the freezer, or not in the freezer, in the cellar, I should say, because we don't have fridges. We established this.
Bridges are no more.
In the lore drop.
Quickly just brings Anti over a chicken leg. And you can see that their mouth just does the same thing that it did before, where it separates one leaf at a time to reveal the toothy maw. And you can see Pumpkin just like start to like discolor a bit watching this. And then they proceed to just feed it down their mouth, bone and all, and just devour it. And then
SK is watching just wide-eyed, positively enraptured and fascinated.
with no chewing or anything, the teeth of the mouth essentially just grind it to dust inside of them. And they just look around at the table and say, I have not acquired a chicken. Interesting. And Cornelius just looking up, just like, interesting. Is this how they always talk? I'm trying to understand it a bit, but I don't really quite get it.
There's their sibling Liana. They talk a little differently. She talks a little differently.
The sibling. Oh, okay. And their eyes switch from red to orange and say, correct. My name is Liana. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. Your cooking looks fabulous. Gabby's just like, thank you very much. You can see that Liana, as she takes over, kind of starts to like pick up different pieces of food and just analyze them just by looking at them incredibly closely. And they just say, delightful. As they just do so with different things.
That is a shame that you did not acquire the memories of a chicken, although perhaps that is for the best.
I don't think I would want the memory of a chicken.
I would. I miss Clucky.
Clucky?
Sorry. We named the livestock here. Sorry.
You named the livestock? That doesn't seem very intelligent. After all, if you name them, you get attached to them.
I appreciate the meals more for that, but maybe I'm a little weird. Sorry, please continue.
To be honest, just like, that does not compute.
No, I understand entirely. If one of my subjects dies, it's best to give them a rite of passage to the next world that sustains the living. I understand entirely. Sound logic.
Once again, Pumpkin just kind of looks over at Super King, just like, who are your subjects?
Oh, I'm sure you've seen them scampering about.
Yeah, they're the whole problem we've been having recently with making sure our stores don't get chewed into. They've been a lot more amicable now since, Your Majesty is, what was the term, brokered a diplomatic deal with us.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Wait, you govern rats?
Well, someone has to.
Oh my god.
I mean, you talk to plants, don't you, sis?
That's different, though.
Is it?
Yes, well, at least the rats can talk.
The, the plants can... Never mind. Doesn't matter. Oh, God. But you eat the rats. Like,
You eat plants, don't you?
Tate,
There was so much sisterly annoyance in that.
you're gonna need to shut your mouth right the fuck now. Cornelius, hey. Right the heck now. Just gives him like a little angel's grin.
Tate just shoving his mouth full of like mashed potatoes or something. Mm-hmm.
But yes, to answer your question, of course I do. Once they have passed on, can't let them simply rot away. It's an utter waste of life.
Cornelius speaks up. I suppose it is kind of like the circle of life going on then. It's an interesting way of putting it.
No higher honor than serving one's king.
Right. You can, just real quick, Adamar's gonna kind of speak up. Who's been quiet, just kind of enjoying the different foods. Just looks over at Cornelius and Cabbi sitting next to each other and just say, I do appreciate you having me back here. It's been a while. 30 years, I think. Cabby's just like, and you're scrawnier now more than ever. So please come back again in the future. Yes. I'll come back. I thank you, both of you. Both of you have meant a lot to me. Cornelius just speaks up and just says, doing good. You know that, right? I know. And he goes quiet again. Is there anything else people want to do for this?
Vibe check on my.
Oh yeah. She's just been quietly eating her food, just kind of watching these situations and smiling at it, but not really adding anything to the conversation. If you would like to make an insight check, you may.
Yes. There's my sheet. And that is a 14.
Right? You can see, just from looking at her, that she's doing okay, but just like the worry in her eyes just refuses to fade. Like the way her eyebrows are angled are constantly up. She's just kind of looking around at this whole situation. Just smiling at the things that are funny, but otherwise just observing.
Talking's been nice, but maybe we could put something on in the background, some a little more comfort, and Tate can get up. And I mean, Tate's father helped up with the music system at the bar. I imagine there's like a record player or something along those lines at their home.
Sure.
Tate will go ahead and take out one of the many vinyls that they've recovered from the scrap wreckages from God, the name of the other town is slipping my mind. It's not Kenrill, is it?
Kenrill, yeah.
Okay. My brain is so big and wrinkled. Never mind, no doubt. And he will look for one that he knows at least enjoys humming along to or singing along to, and will put it into the player.
Hearing it kind of activate, she'll just kind of definitely perk up a bit more aware than she has been for most of the dinner. Just say, you choose that, Tate?
No, I just happened to grab one that would be nice. No ulterior motives to look into. Enjoy your dinner, Ma.
Well, thank you. Surprised. Where did you find this, by the way?
Sapphire found it with the wreckage. Pa fixed up the record player for you a while back, and anytime we find tracks, well, Sapphire hands them over to us, and we keep them here for safekeeping. If you want, I can see about maybe getting another one through salvage for the tree, or for your home.
That would be lovely. It's been a while since I've heard music like that.
I'm gonna do it.
If you need any help creating vinyls, I know a thing or two about that.
Sure, my dad would love to talk shop with you on that.
Could probably make the record player. Something the she trails off, just like something I learned from someone else.
Then you'll have to carry out the legacy and teach it to me then. And we can work on it together, right? Nice little downtime project.
Yeah, that would be good.
I'm sure you were an amazing student, but you're gonna have to be a little more patient with me. I don't exactly have the way with all the inner bits of technology my father does. Not exactly dexterous with my fingers.
I think I can help with that. And she'll just kind of look up at Cabbi, Cornelius, and Pumpkin and just say, "Thank you all so much for the meal. It's been a little while since I've come over, but it's as appreciated as it's ever been." You can see Pumpkin is kind of just like eyeing Tate pretty like glaringly, just like, "Yeah, no, it's it's good to have you over again." Isn't that right, Tate?
Yeah. Her, Kloven, Thaddeus, SK, Adamar. Listen, Ma, sis, I know it wasn't right of me to just rush out there without telling you, but I at least wanted to let you know that I'm in some good hands, alright?
Yeah, we can see that. It's they all seem like good folks. So, thank you for taking care of Tate. He's a
Well,
good
if it's
kid.
of any reassurance, I'll have you know that Tate has proven himself to be quite the formidable warrior. Of course, we will do our utmost to take care of him. It's one of us, after all, but I assure you he needs very little assistance in taking care of himself.
He's a strong boy. Doesn't surprise me at all. Feel like I always knew he had it in him.
Aw.
Now eat your protein.
Yes, Ma.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna hit that 20 strength one day, guys.
20
gonna
strength
happen.
is
It's
reachable.
gonna happen.
Alright. Anything else for the dinner?
Clean plate from SK.
you.
Same with Thaddeus.
Many
Oh, yes.
times over.
Alright. Then we'll go ahead and close the scene here. Do you want to RP out in the barn, having a nice little night together? Or do you want to just move on?
I'm cool with hand-waving that.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Cool.
Just
Well,
picture SK in the hay with like all kinds of rats like cozied up to him.
Oh gosh! Kloven on
Ah.
the opposite corner.
snug as a bug in a rug.
I was reading the rats, Kloven. They know how to bathe, so I'm not sure about Escape, but they should at least be clean, right?
You saw him bathe today.
Yesterday.
He is clean.
It's timeline one talking. Timeline one talking. I'm sorry.
You washed my back, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's timeline one.
Always labeled stinky.
You can never
I have
escape the
passed
sticky.
on the stinky mantle.
It's supposed to be Tate's turn on the stinky. I'm so sorry. We have
Say,
fun here.
If he's not clean, it is your fault. But yes, so you guys enjoy a nice quiet night under the stars. Maya's probably the first to leave before everything, 'cause she does not want to be in dragon form with you guys overnight. And
Understandable.
But Kloven will pull her aside before she leaves and give her a little head pat and say, I hope you enjoyed your evening.
I did. It was nice to kind of just get back to things in a way.
Need anything before you leave?
And she'll just wordlessly just kind of go in and give you a big hug. She is quite shorter than you, probably about 5'4", I think.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So, but her horns just kind of probably give you a little poke where she goes, "Oh shoot, sorry," and she'll just kind of rather than being full into the chest hug, just kind of a little bit further out, just to make sure she doesn't poke you again.
Oh.
Still getting
It's
used to that.
okay. Yeah. It's okay. He'll kind of maneuver himself a bit to hug her a little bit. Thank you for your patience. I'm getting there, I promise.
Yeah. Things will just get better. Right?
They will. I know they will.
Hope I can come with you folks one day.
I think everyone would like that very much.
It's good to hear.
Try not to worry your little head too much. I
Oh,
know you've got a lot of other things in there.
yeah, it's half worry at this point, but here we are.
All we can do is live in the moment, live in the now. So that's what I'm going to try to do.
She just kind of starts the nod quite slowly before kind of picking up the speed. Just looks up at you and just says, "Right, well, live in the now." She'll just turn.
Now,
Turn and walk herself away, waving bye to all of you. Alrighty. So, at this point, there's going to be just a few days essentially pass as a few things are getting kind of gathered before you guys head out on the next expedition. But once everybody is, say about 3 days later, you all get basically a morning wake-up call from Adamar at 6 a.m. because Adamar is Adamar. And he just quickly says, "Meeting at the tree. We'll be heading out today."
Thank you, alarm clock.
"You're very welcome. Now get up, sleepyhead." Yeah, so if you all want to go ahead and meet him there, there'll be a quick little meeting beforehand. guys just
Yep.
gather around the little computer area inside of the tree with Anti there as well. And Adamar will just kind of take a moment and says, "All right, mission briefing begins. First of all, just as we had last time, I was able to negotiate some rations and other foodstuffs for the journey to wherever it is that we're going next. I suppose it's not entirely clear, but I will say that when I was taking some time to look into things, I went to Kenril, and from the top of the tree, I was able to get a little bit of a look out into the world and saw what looked like another tree kind of poking out there. So I suppose that is our destination, but it seems strange considering how close by it seems to be. I'm not quite sure about that, and Anti, I believe you said that you lost contact with them well over 100 years ago? Anti says, affirmative. It has been long time since we have heard contact from them. Right. So, once again, I suppose we are jumping into the belly of the beast, into the unknown. Any questions?
We're taking the teleporter back, right?
Right, we're not walking that again.
Yeah, I'm making sure. I figured that was like, I know that's the answer. It's just saying it makes it easier to accept that we'll have to go through it again.
No, I don't want to think about the teleporter again.
You all really should have been taking the teleporter more often to get more acquainted with the feeling.
I know, we should have seen Janine more too, but
When your
I
knees
thought-
give out, on the other end, I get to mock you.
What were you saying, Zero King?
I just said, I saw Janine.
you did.
I did.
Oh,
We should see her more often. She's nice. I think my sister appreciates her around too, so maybe I can convince my sister to take this thing. Actually, hold on a second. I am now more excited to learn how to use the teleporter, Adam. Thank you.
Very good then, I suppose.
well, if anyone needs healing afterwards, just let me know.
So let me make this perfectly clear. We are about to head out for a tree that miraculously seemed to appear from nowhere, that may or may not, in fact, be there. Am I understanding this correctly?
It's a little bit different, but essentially, the mist cleared once we did what we did in Kenril. But after the mist cleared, in the distance, there seemed to, where the mist wall began, there seemed to be another large tree poking out of it. So,
Well, trees are our first and foremost mission, I suppose.
Nope.
That's all the intel we need.
there was one other thing which really makes me question reality in a way, and you're more than welcome once we go to the teleporter. I would do that over there, but I know that you all have a aversion for the feeling. There was also a island that was just floating in the sky.
Yeah.
I always thought that was just like a green blur of the ground going past us when we went through the teleporter.
No,
Wow.
it's not. It's really there, and I'm not sure exactly how we would possibly get to it, but it's certainly there.
That is exciting, if I'd be honest.
Exciting and quite impossible.
Exactly.
Unless we could find another teleporter.
Ah. That would be convenient.
Either way, I think if we were to spend wherever we go next, I know trees are our highest priority, and Ty, that is, of course, I know where you will be going. And they just, like, standing still, just go, correct, we will be going there with or without you. Right. So, does that all sound agreeable to you, at least for now?
Of course, that's always been the plan, so.
Good. I don't know why I'm feeling a bit more nervous about this expedition than the previous one, considering we knew even less then. Just seems too easy, in a way.
Just take one step at a time. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I quite agree. One step at a time, and be all the more cautious. I agree that this all feels frightfully convenient.
I would like to also add that we need to worry about Thalafir, and we also need to keep an eye out for anything that'll help us understand what Ma's keeping from us.
Right.
And the giant talking baby. I mean, that I feel like we're gonna run into that thing again.
Ugh,
I won't think about it.
undoubtedly.
If I had to guess, first and foremost, we'll be running into Thalafir, who seems to have a desire to mess with us at every turn. At the very
That he
least.
does.
That he does.
Yeah, Kloven. But with that, if you all would like to take the teleporter to Kenril, you are more than welcome to.
Sounds like a plan.
And so, as you all take your time and step through the teleporter, I want to specifically note that Sewer King, you've gotten more used to it from your secondary journeys to go see Janine the one time. As you all come through, you can see that as everyone comes through, as Adamar comes through, he is just completely unfazed by this at this point. And just sees the group of you still kind of getting acclimated to it. Says, I have taken it 10 times.
10
Yeah.
times.
I bet you have. Ugh.
As I
Working
said,
in my grips.
it is advisable to get used to your surroundings.
I don't think I'm ever gonna get used to that.
We should have invited Janine to the spa, clearly.
I think she needs it more than any of us do. Oh,
Her amphibious genetics would absolutely love the sauna.
Well, let's make plans to invite them next time.
Actually, out of character question. I know we're well past spa RP and need to get the plot moving, but are the spas is the bathing area unisex?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
okay.
I love gender. Sorry.
I love it. I love that the stocks is an equal opportunity society.
Listen,
Gender identity, we are under fucking attack. Keep
Yeah.
that.
have you looked at this party? we are a little queer here.
A little bit.
It's a little bit queer.
Wait, you all were being queer? I was being completely straight. Even finish that.
Mr. says yes to anything
Lies.
Kloven asks of him.
Lies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Kicks rainbow flag under the rug.
And get that shit out here. It's Gay Wrath Month.
Yeah.
Anyways. But yes, so as you guys kind of come back through the teleporter and just sort of make your way down into the general area of Kenril, you can see just like as you come out, there's once again, as always, just like a few scientists kind of going around, going about their business. But one thing I want to make sure to note in specific is SK. You can see pretty close to where the little landing bridge of the tree is. You can see there, your little Volpede is there, and it's just basically
my Volpede.
rolling up to you as you come down the stairs.
He's gonna, kneel down and give it little scritchies along the back of its shell. Why, hello there.
And kind of just purrs a little bit as it looks up at you.
Oh, so adorable. I'm positively thrilled that you remember me.
Kind of nuzzles into your hand before just kind of rolling around a little bit on its own.
Oh, I shall have to think of a name for you. Something truly noble and striking for a creature of your bearing.
Stops rolling and looks up at you with a very quizzical expression.
I'm picturing its two eyes going in different directions like a pug's. I think I've got it. I shall call you. And he's gonna pick it up very regally, watching its little leggies kick out a little bit. Call you Incitatus. What do you think?
Just looks at you quizzically again, eyes still going in different directions.
A noble name for a noble creature.
That's quite the profound name.
Indeed. Although not particularly equine in features, you do have the royal bearing of a consul, sir.
Eyes go wider.
SK just looks very pleased with himself, just holding this volipede horseshoe crab and just giving it little scritchies as they continue to walk.
After a while, you can see that it starts to kind of kick to try and get itself out of your little hold, and as it does,
He'll put it down.
As it does, it sort of rolls ahead in front of you, and all of you can see this is probably as you're getting close to the little exit or the shuttle that you guys came in on. You can see as it rolls over to two other little animals, which I'm going to go ahead and post in the art channel.
Aminal!
Whoa.
Aminal.
These are... I've owed Day this for a while, so...
Cool.
But he drew a few other cute little critters. So as he rolls over... Is Incitatus correct?
Incitatus.
Incitatus rolls over to ahead of you guys. You can see kind of coming out of the long grass are a small little bunny with essentially its centipede legs, but coming out of it like a porcupine, and a little badger that has this kind of a few little sharp extra hairs. And they look something like this.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, they're so cute! They're so cute! I want it. I want it.
Oh.
I was gonna say, with these two plus the Volipede, this is the SK is setting up for a
Oh Hey, the goat. These are so cute.
They're so cute. But yeah.
Eat his art.
With that, though, they're just going to kind of go off on their own and kind of go back into the tall grass, and the three of them are going to kind of you can hear some rustling before you see one of them kind of jump, and you can tell that they're just playing with each other.
Oh, so cute.
Yes. So, making your way to the shuttle, as you kind of step into the shuttle, the same button is there at the center, ready for you guys to kind of take that back out to the area that you came from. as seemingly the only proper exit from Kenrol. Do so, make your way back through the long tunnel. There's no movie this time. And come face to face on the other side of the little entryway that you guys found yourselves in that week or so ago. But this time facing the other way, moving more in the southern direction. So you can see outside there doesn't seem to be any mist anymore. All of it has been cleared away, and you are free to sort of start to make your way.
Sounds good.
Right.
Yeah,
Let's go.
cool.
We say hi to Janine on the way out, or
I would say we're mostly out of the city at this point, so
yeah,
you're
sorry.
good. You're
Brain
good.
fart. Hand wave that shit happened. All right, let's go.
But yes, as you sort of walk out through the cleansing airlock system, you can kind of, as you essentially make your way out in this area, you can see that there's trees. Like, this is still very much a part of the same wooded forest that you guys have traveled through to make your way to Kenrol. But just like, even in the first 5 minutes of walking, you can see that the trees start to thin out pretty significantly. Until it mostly becomes a bit of a plains area. And as you kind of continue to walk along the area for the better part of an hour, it's just all you hear is the sound of wind pushing back and forth. Before eventually, first thing, an unfortunately familiar sound to you of monsters sort of just walking in the distance. And you can't, easily enough avoidable, but you can't help but shake the feeling of a bit of deja vu, as they're not walking towards you, they're walking away from you as far as they can. A few hours pass, to the point where you find yourselves in a mostly plains-like area with no trees and just all dead grass, but still a nice, simple, what would be windswept plains for you to just sort of take a moment and take it in as the sun begins to set on the group of you.
You said
SK.
there's
Oh, go ahead.
no. Sorry. You said that there was no trees around. There's not really like a shelter-esque.
There is not.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Noted.
But SK.
Huh? Yes, DM.
At this point, as you all are starting to take a moment to begin to set up camp for the first night, you notice that basically directly above you is that floating city. And as you do, you just have this feeling deep inside of your chest, almost causing your heart to speed up a bit as you look at it. But you don't know why, as this feeling sort of just radiates inside of you. Or you feel a pair of hands grab your head and just wrench it back down to look forward towards the direction you're going.
Oh.
Oh. Eyes on the prize, not the horizon, then.
At this point, Adamar's going to turn back around to you all and just say, well, suppose it's as good a time as any to set up camp. Who would like to take first watch?
I don't mind it. I can get it over with, and then I can crash afterwards.
We do in pairs, though, yes?
Probably.
I think it's a good idea, considering we have no idea what to expect, and we are quite exposed from anything that could come by.
I agree. Yes. What,
Yeah.
you don't think that's a bad idea? You don't object, right? To me taking the guard with you tonight, Thaddeus?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay then. We'll be on first.
Sounds good.
Alright. Who wants to take second watch?
Yeah, I don't mind taking second.
Okay. So, do we want to do Tate and SK for the second watch then?
Yeah, we're done.
Sounds good. Alright. So, as you all begin to set up camp, you can see the fire that you have in the central area is a bit more, you can see just like the wind blowing across it and sort of like scattering a few ashes here and there, but nothing too crazy. But as you do, just sort of like the last bit of the sunlight begins to fade, and you all essentially find yourself in darkness. But one thing, can I have perception checks from both of you?
You got it.
Okay.
16 and
Oh, roll 20 changed. It looks all different now.
Oh, they updated it.
Oh, they did. Okay. Perception, yes.
X.
It's dark. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you should be wearing a monocle.
So, Thaddeus, you notice, like, sort of keeping your eye out for any sort of scuttling. And the one thing that does, you hear just the sound of, like, the grass shaking, but not from the wind. As you sort of, like, begin to narrow your eyesight with the last vestige of the sun sort of peeking through, you can see that there is something sort of walking up closer to you guys. But it's hidden through the layers of grass at this point. Bit of a faint chittering sound. But, worth noting, it does not sound like one of the mist creatures that you've been used to and that you have been hearing on occasion.
Oh, that's new. You hear that, Kloven?
Hear what?
Listen, there's a... Kind of sounds like a bug.
His expression kind of flattens. Which direction is it coming in?
Thaddeus is going to gesture in the direction he's hearing it from. Where's it coming from, DM?
It's coming from the north.
Okay. Thaddeus is going to gesture to the north and, like, also gesture a bit to Kloven to, like, tune in, use your ears.
Apologies.
It's alright. We did say we're keeping watch, not keeping sound. Here?
Close enough. But he's gonna have his weapon at his side regardless.
As you watch, you can see there's a spot in the grass where you can sort of see it moving through. You can see it stop. And as it does so, it sort of lifts its head up. And what you all see there is essentially just a oversized centipede. And it just looks at you both. You can see its feelers kind of moving out and sort of trying to sense something.
But it doesn't look like one of the mist creatures?
Does not look like a mist creature, no.
Hmm. We should be ready
Fuck.
regardless.
Okay. Yeah. Get your weapon. I'll get mine. Just in case.
Would Kloven have encountered one like this before?
Neither of you would have.
Hmm.
I don't think I like this.
Run along now. You don't want to get yourself hurt.
And it moves a bit closer to you, but not like towards you, but like sort of beside you. You can see as it gets closer, it's probably about 15 feet away from you as now. You can see behind it there are two smaller trails kind of coming. They're not peeking out, but you can see them moving. But as you take a closer look at the centipede itself, you notice there are tubes poking out of it.
It's an experiment.
Looks to be. Odd.
Yeah. I hope it's peaceful at least.
It doesn't seem aggressive. Is there anything
ahead.
in the tubes?
Not at this point, no. They seem to be mostly empty.
Okay.
You just sit there and watch it. You can see it move by as it sort of passes you by. The two smaller trails in the grass poke their little heads up, and you can see that they're just smaller centipedes as well, this time with no tubes in them. Just do the same thing. Put their feelers out, try and sense some things before moving right along past the two of you.
Doesn't
How
look like it's here to
odd.
fight.
No, but odd for it to not look like the other creatures out here.
Who's to say Kenrill's the only one doing experiments?
Certainly be afraid of that.
Listen, given what we have back at the stocks, given what we saw at Kenrill, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, do you?
Unfortunately not.
You'd think they'd learn to leave well enough alone.
Well, at least in Kenrol they seemed rather peaceful, but who knows if it's somewhere else.
And given the looks of some of the things we saw in Kenrill, if we find a place like this that isn't peaceful, we're in for a hell of a fight.
Certainly knew it would be up to that, but I'd like to think a little positive.
You and me both. I just gotta be prepared for the reality of things.
Of course. Especially out here.
Kloven, are you okay?
Huh? Oh. Yes,
You
of
seem a
course.
bit shaken up.
Just a bit distracted is all. You get into a different mindset when you're out here.
I see what SK was saying when he said that all he'd been doing for most of his life was survival. It's kind of how I have to think when we're out here on the road.
It's true, but know that we're here to protect you too.
Well,
You're not doing this alone.
that goes without saying, doesn't it? We're a team.
That we are. Well, let's just hope we don't see any other people, centipedes, wanting to join our team tonight.
At least ones that don't want to join peacefully.
I think we have enough strange creatures accompanying us. Kind of notes to SK's rats.
You don't like rats, do you?
We have a complicated relationship.
Would you believe they're actually awfully cleanly? I thought they would make a total mess of the bar.
Well, good to know they haven't destroyed your things.
Yeah, SK keeps them corralled whenever he brings them over. They don't infest the place. You'd know if they did.
Oh. I certainly would like to find out. But it's glad that they are tame.
Honestly, if you ever feel like it, you should hold one. They aren't going to bite you or anything. Trust me, I was a bit squeamish around them when I first saw them too.
That's a kind offer, but I'm sure His Majesty would not like me dealing with his subjects like that.
He's the one who insisted.
Mm. Well, he is rather fond of you, isn't he?
He's kind of like a lost cat. If you push it, he's gonna probably hole up in a sewer or a gutter somewhere. If you let him come to you, and you're gentle about things, he's one of the nicest people in the stocks. Not that he'd ever admit it.
Well, I'm glad that he has you for a friend who's able to get him out of his shell.
I'm glad to be a friend to all of you. Honestly. There aren't better people that I'd rather have in my side out here than all of you.
You are far too kind, Thaddeus. Don't let that get you in trouble one day.
A bit late for that one, don't you think? Remember, Adamar kept sending you to the bar trying to suss out whoever was in my basement for the better part of 3 years.
That is true, but I can certainly see what you were trying to protect. And glad to see that mystery has been solved.
Yeah, hey, Kloven?
Hmm?
You know, I had a worry in the back of my head for a long time. That if you and SK ever met, if SK and Adamar ever met, there'd be some kind of a fight. There wouldn't be an understanding, there wouldn't be anybody trying to meet eye to eye. And I know how hard it is for you. I know how hard it is for a lot of people to adapt. But I'm happy you're trying. Thank you.
Well, change doesn't come as easily to everyone. I'm learning that the hard way, but thank you for giving me some credit. I think he's warming up a bit to me, perhaps.
Yeah. He's doing a good job. But
Yeah.
I'm really happy you put the only worry I've ever had about you to rest so easily.
You don't need to worry about me, Thaddeus.
Oh.
All right.
I know.
your rest of your watch goes on, peacefully and undisturbed. And I assume you will wake up Sewer King and Tate for the second watch.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
All right. As the two of you sort of switch, or as the four of you switch shifts, Sewer King and Tate, at this point, it's well late into the night. Gotten some good rest, but as you sort of wake up, Sewer King, you are currently, and as you're woken up, your eyes are directly up again, looking at city in the sky, or the floating island, I should say. As you sit up, once again, you feel a pair of hands just snap you to attention, looking away from it.
Adamant, are we?
Trying to get a nice view on our spectator.
Sorry, what? What was that?
You trying to get a nice view on our spectator? Okay.
I was simply looking at the horizon, but I think my efforts would be better spent on our immediate surroundings. Yes.
Out of character, just double checking to make sure I'm not gaslighting myself. We all had the whole hands on our head situation, right? Oh no, just SK. Okay, sorry,
It's
sorry. I am
just
gaslighting
SK.
myself.
You're good.
Yeah.
But as you sort of make yourself more more awake, kind of take a look around. It's all very quiet, very peaceful, and just sort of have the general vibe of just this odd feeling of comfort out here, and it doesn't seem right at all. Nonetheless, with all of your friends surrounding you, you do feel comfortable. And once again, I need perception checks from you folks.
Yes, ma'am. That's a 10.
Mm-hmm.
15.
All right. You don't really particularly notice anything. The one thing that does catch your eye as you sort of just like look off into the distance is the strangely illuminated wall of fog that you can just see deep in the distance from this flat surface. And your eyes get stuck on it for a bit. And that same branch that Thaddeus had that Adamar had described doesn't seem to be there anymore. There's nothing sticking out from the fog wall. It's just same as you saw it before. Gigantic wall of mist waiting for you all to enter.
Oh, perhaps he was mistaken.
Mistaken about what?
About seeing something beyond the mist, but eyes can be deceiving. Minds, even more so.
Yours are awfully better, so I got a lot more faith in yours than mine. If there's something you want to share.
No, it's all peaceful. Strangely so, but I'm sure we could all do with a night's rest before we endeavor into whatever lies next.
I don't know, maybe we're overthinking it. A little calm before storm never hurt you.
True enough. True enough. Well, thank you, by the way, for, the dinner invitation.
It's nothing you ought to thank for.
No, I absolutely should. You and your family were generous hosts. Very obliging and accommodating.
I mean, I hope you see us as more than hosts one day then, because, well, I mean, Thaddeus has always been like a brother to me, and I've known Kloven and Ma for a while. Ma and Pa have known Adamar pretty well, and there's you and Anta, and, I don't know. I want to think of y'all as family, but I know that's something that takes time. But you got an open invite to my house whenever.
It's, strange. It's unfair, perhaps, but I do know each of you very well. But I understand that watching and observing is a far cry from a true reciprocated association.
Interacting with you is definitely a lot nicer than just watching us, right?
It's... It is certainly much better than I anticipated. I hope you'll forgive me for saying so, but it seems so so foolish now. But I had wholly anticipated, despite Thaddeus's assurances. I didn't expect everyone to be so kind.
Thaddeus was just looking out for you, and who knows? Wrong timing, wrong situation. Maybe your welcome wouldn't have been as warm, but I'm happy that it was. And I'm happy I got to know you.
As am I.
Sewer King,
Yes?
I just wanted to add that while you two are sitting by the fire and just talking, your mother is just sitting there as well, by the fire, just watching the two of you talk to each other.
Yes, I'm certainly glad it was the warm reception. It most certainly hasn't always been, but multiple times the try, I suppose. I was
Yeah,
very
okay.
glad to meet your mother.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot about her. Remarkable woman.
Yeah, out of everyone at that table, I'm pretty sure she would have been the first to accept you had circumstances been different. He's always been real helpful.
In a way, she almost reminds me of mine. Just very concerned, protective.
Mothers often are, yeah.
Indeed.
Is your mother a touchy subject for you?
Ah. And it's like he kind of just realized that he even talked about this out loud.
She is looking at you very interestedly.
I don't often speak of her. No.
I won't bring it up in front of the others if you're, if you don't want it to become a regular topic, but I don't know, Mama. If you find yourself one, I know my mom would grab you first chance that you could.
I appreciate it. I would also appreciate your discretion as well.
Of course. I'm just, I'm not going to ask about it. You don't have to answer these concerns, but I am, worried about you.
Worried?
You miss your ma, right? I know you don't talk about her often, or at all, really, until now, but...
Oh, missing is hardly the verb I would use. No. No, she and I are in close and frequent contact.
She lives in town? He's got, like, this confused look on his face.
In a manner of speaking, I suppose.
Huh. Well, some cases are special. I mean, there's Anton Liana, so I'll just leave it at that until you're more comfortable to speak about it. I don't want to... I've already put one person I care about on hot coals. I'm not exactly eager to do it again.
Come now, you're far too gentle a person to really rake anyone over the coals.
Nah, if I could be honest about it, I did get awful mad at Ma earlier. I think we all did, but I didn't exactly hold back when I talked to her later.
Well, I can understand why it's a sore subject. You all know her better than I. But I do think, in her own misguided way, she was looking out for us. And just because she knows infinitely more than we do, it's impossible to know everything. I think everyone was well within their rights to be angry.
That's the fair way of looking at it, but you can't really think about fair and logic when you get heated like that.
I may have also said some unkind things to her, but I don't regret them. I think it set a level of understanding.
I suppose.
It must be difficult, considering how you care for her.
Yeah. I often get... Sorry, I'm tripping on my words. I often get told I probably shouldn't care about anyone that much. Usually my sister, but... I don't know. Just a whole lot of memories of Ma just got put back under the microscope, and I thought I was finally getting the hang of assessing myself, and now I'm not so sure. Is it? Can I share a story with you, Your Majesty?
I do love a good story.
You see, my ma likes reading books that we get back from Sapphire and other travelers, other people going around finding weird salvage and stuff. She'd often read us these old storybooks, kind of like the ones that Thaddeus and Kloven found back in Kenril, like the one called the Bible. There was this one book, a summary, right, of someone's sort of like fictional world about the Greeks or whatever. Romans? I'm not too sure. Should read us these stories. Oh yeah? Familiar?
Yes, I am.
Huh.
It's... I don't know how I know that. Go on, please.
If it jogs any more memory, don't be afraid to share, but my mom would read us these stories of heroes and gods and stuff, Really had us dreaming when we were kids that we'd be something special, with our whole family legacy, and I'm kind of glad I lived that tale, but And we all like to look up to a bunch of them. I looked up to this one guy, Heracles. One of the strongest people ever exist. Kind of a major inspiration for me at the time. If you couldn't tell from, how I built myself growing up. But I never really understood why he was looked at with scorn. I mean, he was so powerful, he had all these accomplishments. I never understood why he felt such negative emotions in his tales, but I think I'm beginning to feel why. I mean, I was so excited for all these labors for us to accomplish, and if I could be a little open, a little toxic with your majesty, I feel that I'm bubbling over with that same spot he held when he was attempting his tasks. I feel the need to prove myself over and over. Feels like all the wrong reasons for us to be doing this. I don't want it to get in the way of anything we do, but I won't lie and say that it's not driving me a little harder than what I had before.
I think it's hardly a fair comparison. After all, the labors of Heracles were only put upon the man after he went mad and killed his family. You've nothing to redeem yourself for, Tate. You have no one to prove yourself to.
I wish I could feel that way. I can hear you guys say it, but feeling it's a whole different matter. Especially after everything with Ma.
I understand.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Perhaps it's more adept to compare you to Ulysses, venturing out on a grand epic, trying to find himself and his way home.
Way home. Perhaps. It's quite the epic to compare myself to. But at least for finding home, I know it's hopefully one day with you guys when all this is over.
We can swap tales all we like. As I said, I like a good story. I'd rather see how your story turns out. Just you. Would that be so bad?
No. I'd be honored to put on a show for His Majesty.
Not a show. Just a life.
I can do that.
Good. I look forward to it then. I have no doubt that of our motley crew, I have this distinct feeling that you could very well be the strongest of us. Perhaps you'll be the one to put great Heracles to shame.
Keep that praise close to my heart, then, Sword King.
Just gives a big grin, reclines back against the grass, propped up on his elbows.
I imagine SK would, at some point before doing that, he would just like wrap his arm around SK and tussle his hair a bit, like for like a close hug before letting him do that. Yeah, I think we're good there.
Sounds good. Alrighty. As you all wake up the next day and start to make your way along, I'm going to essentially what you experience, and as you sort of make your way walking, after only about an hour, you find yourself noticing a similar phenomenon. As the wall of fog begins to get closer, you can see that there is a large cliffside and the sound of crashing water. As you approach, you all feel a loud and vigorous rumble of the earth. A large splash and just almost like a projectile wave up into the air, not directed at you. Splash from the ocean to the east can be seen as a set of large. I'm struggling to think of how to describe them, but since you guys haven't seen them in character, but everyone would know them as whales. Essentially fly up and out of whatever this water is and into the sky. And they just flapping their little flippers essentially just are projecting themselves and just literally flying in the air, up and around, and just off towards the north. But specifically, they fly by the floating island. And SK, once again, snap, eyes back to the tree in the direction of the mist.
Mom, I just want to look at the whales.
Just a little look.
I just want to see the whales. Definitely a moment of discomfort. Goes back to looking at his feet.
Is everyone seeing what I'm looking at?
I can honestly say I've never beheld such a thing before.
I want to note that these things are like giant, like big boys, big whales. Probably easily the biggest animal you've ever seen. Far bigger than the dragon or even the other experiments.
And that's the direction we're supposed to be heading in?
They're flying up north to the opposite direction that you are.
Okay.
But they came out of the south.
Presumably there will be more. Seems they travel in herds. Flocks? They seem to fly.
Wolves? I mean, they're like fish.
I don't know what the best way to describe them would be, but... Oh, I hope we don't have an adventure in the water anytime soon if that is what is hiding in them.
You'd have
Nothing
sapphire
wrong with
there,
getting
at
a
least.
little bit of wet.
Sapphire will certainly have to reinforce the hull. Those are the monsters that await us. But looking back to the gap, or looking back to the cliffside, you notice as you continue to walk forward, just as it was before, there's a large gap in between the two parts of land that you both are on and see that the mist wall is a part of. Two separate land masses. This time, there doesn't seem to be any sort of islands or columns to make a pseudo bridge, but instead, you notice that there are some kind of device that can be found more so on the edge of the cliff. As you walk up to them, can see on the side of the device it says EZ Cross with a large button on it.
Well, seems like a fairly obvious thing to utilize, yes?
It says easy cross.
And it's not a touch screen.
Yeah, I hear ya.
Very nice, Your Majesty.
Oh, come on! Can't I catch a break? Keyboards.
It even works anymore. Might as well see what it does, if indeed anything at all.
Yeah, what's the harm in trying? Thaddeus is gonna push the button.
Push the button. As you click the button, the little object kind of proceeds to extend itself out of the ground and sort of lifts itself, and extends itself up and far up into about 10 feet into the air. It stands still for a moment before firing off into the distance. As you can see, just essentially just a like large hook goes across the gap and pierces into the tree beyond it. And as it does, you can hear just this loud thunk. And the rope that went along with it begins to tighten, as you can almost hear the whirring of it moving on its own, seemingly some sort of mechanism that sort of goes back and forth. And as it sort of begins to hit this point, supports come out of the ground and just anchor it into the ground to make sure that it is as stable as possible. What do you do?
Well,
I suppose we have our heading.
that was easier than I expected.
It did say easy.
I guess they meant it.
They did?
Who would like to go first? Who would like to trust this little zip line on the way across?
Oh boy.
I can go first if y'all want me to. Be nice to anchor.
Only if you're alright with it.
Yeah, I
I'll
mean,
be close behind.
yeah, we're gonna have to cross it anyways. Like, I'm gonna have to be okay with it.
That's true.
All right, don't make me roll anything. I'm gonna go real slowly, DM.
He's gonna go real slowly, DM.
So, as you sort of wrap your hands along the rope as it moves, it's moving quickly, but not quickly enough to like rope burn you or anything like that. So you kind of grab it and then just sort of let it take you. As you do, your feet start to dangle, looking down as you start to cross over this gap. At least 200 feet down to the water. And as you resolve yourself to not look down, you just proceed to move about 10 feet per second, just slowly across this 30-foot gap until you find yourself on the other side. Safe and sound.
Dude, it was easy, straightforward. Oh wait, they can't hear me, can they? It was easy.
Take your word for it. Alright.
What did
Go
he
on
say?
ahead, then.
Sneezy?
Easy.
Easy.
as you all make your way across one by one this little mechanism, you can see Anti just looks at it and says, "This will not support me," and just teleports themselves to the other side.
Wow.
Aw.
Very good. But you all are able to make it across somewhat easily. If you don't look down, you won't have any vertigo and bad vibes. You find yourself once again face to face with the wall of mist.
Uh,
And Anti will just kind of look to you all and just say, "Curious. I sense an active tree beyond this mist. It is faint, but different. I was unable to detect anything from Kenril."
Could it be because of the mist?
Potentially. Observation. I lost contact with the mist, or with the tree, long ago. So why would it be active? Curious.
I guess we will soon find out then, won't we?
Are you all ready?
I believe as we will ever be.
yeah, I agree.
Alright. Go ahead and take your first steps into the mist, and just like last time, Anti is the first one to step in, and deafening silence envelops you as the surrounding fog creates its little bubble. You are filled and immediately greeted by a heavy, dense, and humid feeling. The air feels much heavier than before and is hot. And as you start to walk through this area, you immediately feel a sweat building up almost immediately. The surrounding area is green and heavily wooded with large trunks of trees, vines hanging off from different parts of the area that are just beyond sight of this little circle of protection that you have. Out of character, this is essentially a rainforest. And as you trudge forward, the atmosphere continues to feel oppressive, as you feel, even in some of you wearing lighter wear, sweat just drip down. It is uncomfortable as hell in here.
Oh no.
But it's
SK
silent.
actively switching to more reptile attributes to prevent sweating.
Well, this is a drastic change. Is everyone all right?
Feel free to shed any layers necessary. Understand how this could work. Kloven.
Absolutely. Undoes
You said it
his
first.
cravat and unties the tie at his collar, and y'all can see like his gray fur actually like receding back into his body.
Oh.
Ugh. Much better.
The other way. I don't understand how this could be possible, considering it was quite pleasant just a few feet back over there, but this is the way of the mist, and so be it, I suppose.
Things the
I did
mist
say we had to
demands
be
of us.
prepared. Mm-hmm. Did say we have to be prepared for anything.
Well, stay on your guard, I suppose.
Thaddeus is going to slip his arms out of the sleeves of his coat and quickly tie a knot with the string on the inside of it to wear it as more of a cape.
Sounds good. Does Tate take off his big leather jacket?
Yeah. Rolls up the
Yes?
sleeves a bit too on the shirt underneath. Yeah, he takes off his jacket, wraps around his waist, rolls up the sleeves a little bit.
Hell yeah. This is
He's
my
used to
propaganda to
sweating.
draw you guys sweaty. Anyways.
Hey yo, hey yo.
Kloven and
smell,
Cole and-
boy
We
smell.
fell for it. We fell for it.
Man, I love boy smell.
Anyways. That was not the intention
Kloven
at
and
all.
Cole play.
Yeah, Kloven mentally is enjoying himself, physically is struggling.
He's at least tying his hair back.
Yeah. Yes. As you begin to trudge through this rainforest, an hour passes, and there still hasn't been a single sound. Another hour passes, and your hope for a wind is still nowhere to be seen. There is no sound. There is nothing in this area beyond the heat and the humidity. And as you sort of take a second, take a moment, you can feel the first thing. Occasional drops of water fall. Though you're not sure whether it's the sweat coming off of your body or something from outside your view. Just continue on. At some point, you go ahead and take a moment to take a breath. And as you do, surrounded by different vines, I need everyone to make a perception check.
Oh boy. That's an 8.
Nice vines.
18.
He's fine.
10.
Okay.
See, I have evolved. I'm not concentrating on my sweat.
Okay.
I can see.
SK,
Yeah.
you will be the only character to notice this, but we have something
Uh-oh.
very special to show you guys. It's a little something, once again, courtesy of Day. But
Yay!
as I said, you're the only one to notice this, but you're just, as you take this breath, it's approximately, you can't tell, but it's mid-afternoon right now, so the heat, like the height of the day is heat. And you see the vines. You see them dangling there, until suddenly, you notice them move.
Mm.
Don't like that.
Oh, it's
Wow.
animation! Oh, it's so scary!
Mm-mm.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Mm-mm. He is
Oh, I don't like this at all.
instantly gonna grab whoever is closest to him. I don't know who it is.
Got an axe.
grab onto Tate and just, I think we should stop moving.
Yes, sir.
Inform the others, if you would.
Should I not shout it, or?
Quietly, discreetly.
Tate's gonna stop moving while holding SK, and then just use his axe to tap people who are nearby him. To just like, he's like pointing at them, pointing at him, and how he's like standing still.
What's going on?
Just finger over mouth, and then just like Tate kind of like crouching
Not
down.
his mouth, but the grate. Yeah, the grate of his muzzle, and just motions from to be quiet and still.
The vines stop moving. You just stay there, as still as you all are.
I think think it best if we move slowly and quietly. There are things lurking.
Kloven gently peering down at his full plate.
Oh no!
Clank, clank, clank,
My
clank.
-1 stealth.
Speaking of which, if you're going to try and move stealthily, I'm going to need stealth checks from everybody.
Oh no, this Thaddeus isn't proficient in stealth anymore.
Oh no.
19.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Didn't need it
That
anyway.
first one's an 11 technically.
It is technically an 11. I'll count it as an 11.
Yeah.
So we have a 3, 19, a 20, and a 14. I need to roll for Thaddeus, or not that. I keep saying Thaddeus. Adamar and Ty. So let me do that.
It's okay.
real
You
quick.
can say Thadamar.
Adamar. Yep.
Let's go.
And why are you like this? Okay, 15 and 15. So, Kloven, you are struggling to not make noise. But everyone else is doing pretty well at this point. And so, as you sort of make your way, there's a little bit of clunking, but you can see that, like, just the way that the area is, it's just, the sound is not carrying as far as it should. And as you make your way forward, vines continue to not move. Until finally, only about 15 minutes later, there is a clearing. The mist in the area seeming to not exist. And as you all make your way into this clearing, you see the ruins of a town. A large one at that. But all built, a lot of the structures are built into the sides of trees. All built in a circle around the largest tree of them all. One that seems familiar, and even has the little stairway coming out of it at the center. But you quickly notice all of these buildings are in vast disrepair.
Boy.
Grass and other flora reclaiming everything in the area. But you are free to look around in this little area.
Should we just go right up to the tree, or maybe investigate these ruins?
Well, the tree is the highest priority, but I do think it prudent to see what we can defer from those that came before us.
Do you want to split up? Some people look at the tree, some people look at the ruins? Or what is the method of attack you all wish to go for?
Bit of attack.
How large is the area? Is it?
I would say this general area is at least 2/3 of the size of the stalks.
Whoa.
It's big.
Oh wow.
But most of the houses and stuff, as I said, are built into trees. There are smaller structures on the ground, though.
I think, considering that so far, granted, we only have 2 societies to compare it to. There have been civilizations surrounding the tree. Just because it's quiet now doesn't mean there aren't people or things living here. I think it's best if we take stock of our surroundings before we dive in head first.
We keep our eyes peeled, but also don't be too afraid to put your weapons down if something starts moving. I know things are in disrepair, but people could still live in this. It'd be hot, be miserable, but you could.
All right.
All right then. So we agree we survey the area first,
Yeah.
as we all just go together.
So you're all gonna go together?
Yup. Play it nice and safe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're not splitting the party, DM.
What do you mean? Maybe you should split the party. Anyways, so as you all kind of proceed to walk forward, I want to note that Sewer King especially, you notice that there are like vines everywhere, just hanging from the different trees in the area. They all seem to be not moving. As you walk forward, you can see that all these buildings, all these structures, are mostly made out of natural resources. Sticks, stones, mud, all built around the central tree. The outer layer seems to be what you can only assume from your experience in the stocks to be the ruins of stalls and other market-like features. As you continue to make your way through, there's very much rotting vegetables, like long since basically just reclaimed by the earth. But as you continue to take a look around, one thing becomes evidently clear. There are no bodies of anything here.
But yet there's signs of, like, decomposing food.
Maybe a bit of a misspeak on my end. It's very long gone. Like, it's like, I don't know how food decomposes after like 100 years, but it's like that.
It's like the petrified bread in Pompeii.
Yeah, let's go with that. Like bread that has fungi growing out of it at this point.
Gross.
Well,
It's possible if there's any life here, it might just be referring to the plants. I mean, we're assuming sentient people are all that grow on the trees, but maybe the trees just support. Maybe this tree's just supporting more plant life.
It seems like whoever's here hasn't been here for a very, very long time.
but what would cause an entire civilization to just leave without a trace?
Might be the heat getting to me, but we saw those vines moving, and well, in the first town we went to, Kenneril, the people there decided that they didn't need the tree. I think the tree would ever decide that it wouldn't need the people.
A
Terrifying thought.
truly discomforting notion.
The heat's getting to me. I'm sorry about that.
Don't worry about
No.
it.
It's a fascinating thing. What do you make of such a notion?
It is incomprehensible that a guardian would turn on its creations, or the folks it wants to protect, I should say. We are created to serve civilization.
said that the food was decomposed, but how does the inside of the buildings look? Does it look like there was like a tussle? Do things look like destroyed or in disarray?
I think the best way to describe it is just like peering into some of the houses themselves as you sort of make your way deeper into this area. You can see that there definitely seems to be signs of struggle, but like bowls knocked over that have long since been reclaimed, beds inside of them that are just completely rotted, and just other things like that. But once again, no bodies, no animal life. Continue on more towards the tree. And once you get to this point, about 10 feet away from the stairwell, you can see, looking up into the central chamber of the tree, the screens, there seems to be some blinking lights coming from in there, as if whatever it is still on.
How does this thing still have power?
Does everyone want to go inside the tree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it.
Okay.
We're locking in for tree.
Mm-hmm.
3.
As you enter, one of the first things you notice is that the screens, as you walk in, all seem to turn on, but are onto the display of the screen, it says low power mode.
Well, I didn't say it had a lot of power.
Looking around as well, unlike in Kenrol, where the Guardian was simply next to the tree, there's no sign of it anywhere. Thaddeus,
Oh boy.
you go ahead and tap one of the screens to see, and on the desktop, no files can be found. No message or anything of the sort.
Did. Oh no.
Anything else in the tree you would like to look into?
Thaddeus is going to be noticeably shaken by that knowledge.
No note or anything?
Nothing.
Hmm.
There's barely even anything on the terminal.
That's a little concerning.
Yeah.
No anti-adjacent anything, huh?
Yeah, Anti is kind of looking around quickly, doing what they do with all their tendrils, just tapping all of the things, and they just look back at you and say, "It is operational enough to hold the mist at bay. However, it does not seem to have done more than that for a long time. Curious."
Curious indeed.
Is it possible for it to remain functional on its own, without any sort of caretakers?
Correct. It could. The trees remain powered due to a conversion of the mist. As long as mist is supplied to it, it will continue to remain in operation.
But hang on. If that's the case, I didn't see this low power mode on either of the other trees we've been inside. Does that mean there's less mist around here than anywhere else we've been?
I am uncertain. It is possible to enter into a state of low power mode, but it would require permissions.
permissions? Ones you have, or...
I do not have permissions to this.
Wait. So this is something outside of your purview.
This one, yes. I do have permissions for the one in the stocks.
So, if we wanted to get this out of low power mode, we'd need to find the Guardian.
Affirmative.
I was gonna make the joke the other night, but I guess we're really dealing with a needle in a haystack situation, aren't we, Tate?
Yeah. Sorry, my mind's still thinking back to those vines that we passed by. Even if this tower's on low power mode, something here is taking advantage of it.
Yeah. I wish there was something on the terminal to figure out what we were doing, but... or at least what we're dealing with.
Anything else inside the tree?
Maybe we have to look around outside some more.
As you proceed to step back outside, you very quickly notice something. There are vines everywhere alongside the path back down the stairway.
Those weren't there before. Were they?
No, they were not.
Uh-oh.
As they are too happy that we've come here.
Imagine not.
Anything you would like to do? Or are you just... There's down the stairway, through the vines.
So, when you say the vines are in the stairway, do you mean like they are crawling up the stairs, or they are like hanging like a veil?
Curtain. Yes.
Like a curtain.
They are essentially a little curtain that are over the central length of the stairway down.
I'm just gonna reach out and poke one before I
Oh.
walk right into it.
Maybe I
SK.
can use it up. Alright.
Hey, SK, what's your AC?
What a strange thing to ask a DM. It is
What's your-
17.
What's your AC? I just need your AC.
Okay. This one, just essentially, as you poke it, it will quickly turn, and you can see almost like this needle-like shape on the other side. And it quickly just goes and attaches itself to your arm and begins to drag you. Or attempt to drag you.
SK!
Oh, no.
No. Little assistance.
I'm going to try to slash at the vines.
Okay, please roll to hit.
Okay. Oh no. Okay. What?
You know what?
Good old 11.
That is their AC.
Eh?
Nice.
Let's go.
We take those.
So go ahead and roll damage.
Sure.
10
10.
slashing. So you cut through this vine, and you can see it essentially, you cut directly through it in half, and the part that's attached to SK goes limp. But you can see the vine essentially just writhe, as if it's in pain. And as you do so, all the other vines in the area begin to move and start to swipe their way at you all. And so, I have a fun little thing for us to do.
Oh boy.
So, I'm gonna go ahead and roll some attacks, and you're gonna tell me if they hit.
No, you don't need to do that, DM.
So SK,
Really?
SK,
How thoughtful.
we'll go for you
Yeah.
first.
Sure. Since I was dumb enough to touch it.
So,
Thanks, SK.
That's a 21, a 23, and a natural 20.
That's really rude on all three accounts.
Holy shit.
Don't worry, don't worry.
I'm worrying about it.
I'm worrying about it. That is just a little 6 damage to you. But
Okay. All right.
you feel yourself, with these 3 all attached to you, start to lift up into the air as it begins to attempt to essentially abduct you. And I am going to roll this against all of you to see how many of you are going to get abducted, essentially.
Oh, fuck.
Ascend.
So, this next one is against Thaddeus. You were actually able to dodge one of them. They rolled a 2.
What were the other 2?
The other 2, so attached to you, you take 7 damage.
Wait, hold on. What were the rolls?
A natural 20 and a 24.
Never mind, carry on.
And you aren't lifted up in the air, but you can feel them tugging.
Ugh.
Kloven,
Mm-hmm.
only 1 hits you. For 2 damage.
Big-
And once again,
Big AC baby.
you also feel that tug. Tate,
Yep.
2 hits you. So you're getting tugged
Mhm.
pretty hard, but not that bad. I've rolled 3 nat ones.
How much damage is
Okay.
it?
Tate, that is 8 damage to you.
8, you got it. Yes, ma'am.
Against Adamar, all 3 hit Adamar.
Wow.
For 12 damage to Adamar. And then finally, Anti. All 3 hit Anti. For 7 damage. So, Adamar, Anti, and SK, you are actively being lifted up into the air by these. The rest of you are just being pulled. What do you do?
Thaddeus is going to reach for the sword he was given and try to slash the ones off of him.
Okay, go for it.
Because I feel like a gun isn't going to do the job as much as we want it to.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 5, DM.
That is indeed a 5.
Oh.
5 does not hit. I'm sorry to say. Your sword essentially bounces off of the dewy flesh of whatever this is. You're going to continue to get dragged, but it's sort of more so dragging you out into the open. SK, what do you do?
I think he's literally just gonna gnaw on the on the vines. Like manage to unlatch that muzzle and just go to town trying to chew his way to freedom. Hopefully.
Okay. Yep. That's
a nat 20.
Yeah, go roll damage.
Nice.
For 9.
Okay.
9.
Yep. So one of them breaks and you start to fall back downwards, but keep rolling.
Do it again?
Yeah. Do you like your full attack?
Oh, gotcha. 19
Mm-hmm. Hits.
for a wee little 6.
Okay. Second one falls off.
And I guess we offhand / bonus action do it again a third time. 13
Also hits. Yep.
for another 6.
You fall about 20 feet onto the ground.
Ah!
So I'm gonna roll a little bit. That's 5 bludgeoning damage as you fall down into the ground, but you are free from their grasp. The rest of you will go Kloven next if you would like to do whatever you would like to do to try and get rid of these.
Sure. I'm gonna go ahead and cast my Spirit Guardians.
Okay. Yep.
I'll do that. My 3rd level, so I'll do the good old raging out. It's a DC of 13.
Okay. So it doesn't matter whether they pass or fail. They have 5 HP each. So
Okay.
essentially, the ones that are attached to you guys are free, but Adamar and Anti are still being dragged upwards. So, Tate, what would you like to do?
Obviously, I'm going to try to free. I think Adamar just so he can shoot out Anti.
Mm-hmm.
Since he's got things. I'm gonna swing my weapon at the vines on Adamar.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Sounds
right.
good. Yep.
That's 18.
Oh yeah.
That's for surge. That's surge damage. It's 4 damage.
It's 5 HP.
Are we just? I got 2 attacks, right?
Yeah, you do.
So yeah, that's a. Damn. Well, I'm sorry, Adamar was listening on you.
Okay. So then I'll go ahead and roll for Adamar and Anti. So Anti, fortunately enough, has some AoE that will be able to just kind of free them from it, just Wither and Bloom to stop that. Unless I roll really fucking awful. Let's double check that. Oh yeah, that's plenty. So Anti is able to free themselves from the vine. They will take, though, 3 bludgeoning damage as they fall to the ground. Adamar. God damn, Adamar.
Oh yeah, Adamar.
He
no,
he rolled okay.
Not good enough.
It's actually just good enough.
Okay.
But he slices 2 of them off as he also basically falls to the ground with one of them still essentially wrenching against it. But as this all happens, this first round, I'm doing in air quotes, plays out, you can see all of the ones that have been cut / essentially vaporized by radiant energy. It's just wriggle and you hear a distant screaming sound. And you see more vines just proceed to start to swoop in towards the rest of you. And at this point, you hear a voice call out to you. What are you doing? Get the hell out of here! Come with me! And your eyes go to basically directly to your right, down into a hole that seems to be below the tree. What you see there is a masked figure. Muscular and is peeking out of this small area. Do you all follow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, get us out of here.
The masked figure can talk. The vines can't.
The masked muscular figure says we should go, and y'all, I think we should go.
Takes feet.
As you do, just looking over your shoulder, you can see just this, as I said, this mass of vines just moving towards you. And the figure ducks back in until you can no longer see them, but you can see this large hole next to the tree. And as you all jump into the hole, you quickly realize that the hole leads to a long and steep slide down into the ground. And you continue to slide for approximately 30 seconds as the force of your movement carries you down more and more. Light begins to fade out of your eyes, and you begin to feel a little nauseous as you finally come to a stop. Taking a moment to gather yourself and survey your surroundings, there's a group of 4 armed guards, each with different weaponry, spears, swords, and others, seemingly made out of different gemstones. The masked person you saw up on the surface steps forward and speaks. You lot are fools, you know. Just letting yourself stay out in the open up there?
In our defense, where we're from, vines don't move.
Certainly not. And while we are most grateful for the swift rescue, I believe for trust to be established, perhaps introductions are in order.
Well, fair enough. It's been a while since we've had someone come through here. They raise up and take off their mask, and you can see that they have red hair. The mask pattern was like a snake-like figure. They're wearing minimal clothes and are extremely built. Approximately late 20s, raised, and as you can see their face, they have a little round button nose and many freckles and a bit of a baby face. And they're gonna clear their throat and just speak up. It says, well, my name's Quinn. Head of defense here. You can see the other three figures. This here's Boris, Janice, and Jackson. They work under me. And the others give an acknowledging nod and grunt. Welcome, I suppose, to the underground, also known as what's left after she took over the town formerly known as Dashek. And it points upwards to where you all came from.
Dashik, you said?
Yeah, that's what that town at least was.
Oh.
How long have you been subterranean?
I mean, more than I've been alive.
That would explain the lack of life signs.
I mean, I think the chief, she's at least 70 and she's only ever known the underground.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe we should, if you'd have us, take us back to your home and we can compare notes.
Oh, for
Well,
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a large network of underground tunnels here in this area. We don't exactly stay much up there. So,
I would imagine not.
yeah, she's a real handful, ain't she?
Yeah.
Wait, she?
Wait, she?
That's my line, you piece of shit.
Yeah, I suppose that you wouldn't know that. She disguises herself as the surroundings, kidnaps you, takes you up into the sky, never to be seen again. Awful stuff. I've, at least lost a lot of friends to her myself. Quite simply, it's a bit of a mouthful, but at least we've been taught her name is Namioda. Do you... Why did you all come here in the first place, if I might ask?
Looking for what's in that tree, or what used to be.
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to know anything about a guardian of sorts, say, looks like this, as we just point towards Anti.
Yeah,
Everyone
like that.
motioning to Anti.
My god. Well, if the legends are believed to be true, Namioda is at least part of that.
Oh no.
End session.
I fucking called it.
Ah, damn it!
Oh my god!
We flipped it. Now the tree is the bad guy. I fucking called it.
Man, I cannot believe we are
Ooh.
fighting the tree.
My 2-hour brain power has come through.
Yeah.
You did it.
I'm eating the tree.
No, Sif!
Yeah.
I'm really glad that literally in the 5 minutes that Quinn was on the screen, you guys were all like, they're so fucking hot. And I'm just like, you bet your ass.
Uh-huh.
Let's
I'm
go.
on my desk.
I'm sorry. I know what I'm about. I'm weak for this sort of thing.
Hold on, I will post your description for you guys. But yes, that is the end of the session here. Thank you guys so much for playing. I know we went a little bit late, but I wanted to introduce Quinn and I wanted to introduce the next area more properly, so that way you can kind of get to know what you're dealing with and what we're gonna be doing here.
It was
That was
worth it.
bad.
It was so fucking worth it.
Incredible. Yes,
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you.
So, thank you all so much for playing. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you
Pleasure.
all have a pleasant day, night, or wherever you are in the time cycle that you find yourself in. Have a lovely day. Goodbye.
Good night.
Bye.